Hello, hello.
This Little League International Tournament game is presented by the Morning Sun under the authority of Little League Baseball and Softball and may not be rebroadcast or retransmitted without the express written permission of Little League International, South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Visit Little League online at www.littleleague.org. Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org.
Good afternoon or evening, and welcome to Wayne Metcalf Field for the 10U All-Star State Championship game here for the Kansas Little League. Riverton facing off against Pittsburgh. On the mound for Riverton is going to be number 5, Easton Baker. And JJ, tell us a little bit about this starting lineup here for Pittsburgh.
Well, with Pittsburgh, certainly 9-10s, they work their way through. They're coming in without a loss yet, so double elimination for them. Big game for them if they can get it done tonight, and then it's over. They're state champions. Riverton's going to have to win 2 here, so we're excited. Should have a good game ahead of us.
State championship matchup. This is what these kids have been playing all year for in all of their Little League conferences. Carson Farabi will be stepping in for Pittsburgh to start things off. Behind the plate will be Jackson Pillar.
Now Carson comes into this game. He's got, so far in the tournament, 2 hits, 2 walks, an RBI, and a couple of stolen bases.
Got the stickers on the back of the helmet to prove it. Takes ball 1. One-0 count. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Good showing of the crowd here today as well from both teams. Lots of supporters, parents, grandparents, all of the above coming out to support these kids and what they've been able to do this season as Farabi advances to a 1-2.
Carson's got a big swing. When he makes contact, he really sends it.
Leadoff hitter for Pittsburgh here. That one's just a bit outside, maybe a little high too. Knotted up at 2 apiece on the count. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Pillar receives that one from Baker for the first out of inning number 1. Brings up Nolan Sorrell. For Pittsburgh. Quick first out. Brings up the second in line. And he'll receive ball 1.
So Nolan pitched the last game for Pittsburgh. He ended up with 3 innings, allowed 3 hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts for him.
Nice cut there. Popped up just out of play. Thought maybe first baseman over there. That's number 23, Carson Spence. He was going to be able to reel that in, but it just made its way outside of the fence. 1-1 count. Sorrell makes contact again. This one's a bit straightened, and it makes its way into right field. Sorrell with a single. Stands up on first. Gives Pittsburgh a base runner here early in this game.
Yeah, 2 more left turns, and we got us a first run on the board here.
Early runs can be the decider in a lot of these games as Abe Dewey steps in now, right-handy. Receives strike 1. Ball 1 follows in suit. As Baker's still finding his groove up there on the hump.
Yeah, with this kind of heat, might take a little bit extra to get into it.
Not to mention, you want to get in and out of these innings
Yeah.
real quick with this heat. Leaving a guy out there on the mound, let alone the outfield and the infielders too. They're all feeling the fatigue every second that they're out there. Nice cut to the shortstop. Flips it to second. Gets the out there, but not in time for first. So 2 down now as Sorrell gets caught on bag number 2. Brings up Jackson Ehlert. Ehlert looking to continue this inning. 2 outs and a runner on first. First pitch to Ehlert is just a bit high.
Jackson had a double in his first game of the tournament. Had a big game on that one, so we'll see if he can do that again.
1-0 pitch on its way and just inside for ball 2. Loose ball gets away from the catcher Pillar. And that'll bring Dewey to second. Hard cut by Ehlert, makes its way foul. That one had some velocity on it if he really made some better contact. Swinging the bat hard. Three-1 count for Ehlert now. Baker looking to work his way back into this count. Just a bit outside, and that'll send Ehlert to first. First walk of the game comes at batter number 4. So not too bad of a performance out there from Baker. He's been keeping the counts pretty honest so far with Abel Jackson now. Ground ball to the shortstop. This one makes its way to second in time after the bobble. Sticks with the play. Gets out number 3, and Riverton will head to the dugouts.
What a great
Pittsburgh.
job by the shortstop there to, even though he bobbled it, he's still able to get the ball and get it to a second baseman and complete the out for him.
Pittsburgh came up empty-handed at the top of the first. We'll go ahead and take a break here and be right back on Sun Sports Live.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, neighborhood grill and bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back, bottom of the first. Abe Dewey for the Pittsburgh team takes the mound. Starting lineup, or top 3 for Riverton. It's going to be Jackson Pillar, Blaine Ortega, and Oliver Adams to lead it off. We'll get to see those 3, and if they do well, a couple more at it. See if Pittsburgh can dish out the same damage that they received on the offensive.
Quick half inning there for the Riverton on defense. I'm sure they're taking an opportunity to go sit in front of the fan in the dugouts. The dugouts here are, as an older field and a beautiful field, the dugouts get quite hot. It really traps the heat in there. So they do have some fans for the kids in there to help keep them cool.
That's good. It is extremely warm today, reaching 91 degrees right now here in Baxter.
Is that it?
Let's see what it feels like. Feels like 91. I don't know about all that. Feels a little hotter than 91 as Pillar takes strike 1 there. The 0-1 on its way. Just a bit inside for his liking. Dewey got some action on the bases, already dirtying up those pants.
Abe's doing a great job of keeping on top of the ball when he delivers it. He's going to have a nice straight spin to it and should be able to get a lot of strikes.
Here's the 1-2 as he delivers strike 3.
There we go.
Filler didn't like any of them, but he'll be headed back to the dugout for out number 1. Brings up Ortega. Blaine Ortega, righty following the righty. First pitch inside for ball 1. Scoots away from it. Could have gotten a little dicey there. Number 2 on its way, and it'll be fouled out of play.
3D there for the people at home.
One counts with 1 out and no runners on. This one swung on into left field and just pops out of the glove. The throw to first gets away from him, and it'll be Ortega headed for second, and he stands up there.
Yeah, that's what you want to try to limit when you're out in the field like that. If you do have to drop the ball, picking it up, and then make a good throw back in, give them extra bases like that. That's what you really got to do.
Just get it in to the infield as quick as possible, but in a nice, calmly manner.
Right.
That one just barely got away from the Pittsburgh team, and all of a sudden a runner in scoring position with 1 gone. Here's a hit. Gets past the shortstop Farabi, and now Ortega caught in a pickle. Throw to second. Headed for third, and he'll be caught on his way. On his way to second, though, it'll be Adams. Headed for third, rounding third, and he'll stand up there. What a sequence of events.
Excitement right from the get-go like that. That's what we were talking about, though. Not taking a mistake and then not compounding it like something like that.
Chaos ensuing here in this first inning. Pittsburgh does get the out, so that brings out number 2, but now a runner on third for Riverton.
Great heads-up base running by the runner, too.
Baker now up to bat. Robbie's going to have a quick convo with his pitcher. Cut by Baker, tipped away, but strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball in the infield. Shortstop delivers to first in time, and they keep it clean on both sides, regardless of the situations given. Very valiant effort on defense by both teams as we'll head to another break here in between the first and the second. We'll be right back on Sun Sports Live.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Baker remains on the mound for Riverton as we head into the second inning. Both teams knotted up at zeros as they did very well on defense to keep it that way. First up for the Pittsburgh team will be Andrew Kuhlman. Kuhlman steps up. Another righty on the Pittsburgh lineup. First one sits in for strike one. Baker seems to feel a lot more comfortable out there on the mound in this inning.
Yes, he does.
Delivers. Popped up in the infield. Great communication. Adams, the second baseman, reels it in. And that'll be out number one. Anthony De La Sega now switching it up, going left-handed. One's a quick grounder to the shortstop. Throw down to first is in time.
Shortstop really able to handle that bounce, no problem. Gets the ball to first base real clean.
Yeah, great defense right now by the infield of Riverton.
The throws on time for out number 2. Now up, Bryce Ramsey.
Bryce Ramsey looking to start the fire on offense. Takes a quick cut, looking to put that in play, but just couldn't quite square it up. Be strike number one. Here's the 0-1 from the windup. Just over the head of Ramsey, and it'll be 1-1 now. JJ, we talked a little bit about the equipment and uniforms for these teams whenever we broadcasted the J.L. Hutchinson All-Star game. Have there been any developments since then of what these kids are using as we see a great hit into right field?
So certainly one difference that we're going to see tonight is they have to use the USA bats rather than their what they call U-trip bats. So you won't see as much pop coming off of the bat as you would with the tournament-style bats.
So runner on first now, as this will be Banks Baker. Baker versus Baker.
Banks
0-1 count.
Banks is tied for the lead in RBIs on the team, 4 coming into this game.
1-1 count as it stands. And a cut just off the mark for strike two. Easton Baker is looking really comfortable coming out of the stretch, and even the windup earlier on, too.
Yeah, he gets up there, he takes a nice big breath, calms himself down, and delivers a great ball.
2-2 count now as that one's just a bit inside. Banks settling in that right-handed batter's box. Runner on first, 2 outs to keep the inning alive. Grounder to the shortstop. Flip to second, and that'll be out number 3. A sequence we've seen 3 times so far in these first 2 innings. Is the ground out, the 6-4 ground out. With that, we'll go ahead and take another break in between the top of the second and the bottom. We'll be right back. You're watching Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC. Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org.
Into the bottom of the second. It'll be Riverton at the plate now. Spence, first up for the Riverton team. Ground ball hit to the second baseman, and a quick transition for out number one. That was a very quick out. Carson Spence swinging at the first pitch. You like the aggression early on, though.
Yeah.
Being a little bit alive at the plate, trying to be the team to strike first and put the points on the board so that now you don't have to play catch-up the rest of the innings.
You have to trust yourself more than the umpire. Just take a swing.
Hoyt Coley takes ball one. Another one on its way, and that'll be 1-1. Quick timeout. This player was leaving the field.
Well, Pittsburgh All-Stars come in with 19 strikeouts delivered by their pitchers.
Doing a great job up there on the mound, and already you kind of see the aggression that Dewey's been shown in these last two innings, putting a lot of pitches in the zone. You see a lot of swings here out of the Riverton team, and now a strikeout to follow it. The praise working.
Yeah. Dewey goes with the Trevor Bauer sword as he gets that K there.
So 2 gone. A lot of the work done in the infield. It'll be Grayson Heckmaster taking strike one for the first. Sitting a little bit back in the box. Really looking to sit back on Dewey's pitch. Wait for the timing. Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166 or find us on Facebook at Riddell Underground. Proud supporter of local athletics as Heckmaster takes strike 3 and Dewey wraps up the second inning. It's been a quick 2.
It has.
And we'll head into the third. You're watching Sun Sports Live on Crockhand. Stay tuned. The action's just getting started.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
How is it so fast?
With Crochan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Back for the top of the third will be John Warlop. To the plate first. Easton Baker continuing his reign on the mound. He's been doing a great job so far. It's been a lot of real quick innings out of both of these teams. I mean, we've just flown through these first two. Something's got to break eventually.
Yeah, Pittsburgh came into this outscoring their opponents 24-5. It doesn't look like we were going to have that kind of score today, but then again, with no run limit in the innings, one big inning can do a lot.
1-1 counts. Pitch on its way. Warlock pops it up. This one will stay in the infield and reeled in for out number 1.
Great catch by the second baseman.
Yeah, great plays on the infield by Riverton. Everything's been either delivered from the mound or in the infield. I think we've seen very few plays made from the outfield, just doing a great job keeping it inside the dirt. Trip Fox takes the plate now. Strong cut on pitch 1, and it'll be into center, and that's caught too, just as I said.
Yeah.
Work being done all over the field. Everybody on this Riverton defense really clicking together. Luke Gorman trying to keep this inning running, and like we said earlier in this game, it's a big deal to keep your team at the plate on offense because of the heat.
Yeah.
You give yourself a little bit of an extended break, even if you're not scoring the runs. If you're the one that's sitting on the bench the longest, I feel like that gives you a little bit of an advantage headed into the field. Grounder right back to Baker, the pitcher, and that'll be a quick 3. So Riverton will head back to the dugout. Pittsburgh out in the field once again. Something is bound to break here in the next couple innings, but we'll take another break. You're watching Sun Sports Live on YouTube.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Back on for the bottom of the third, 0-0 for both Pittsburgh and Riverton. Both of these teams lights out on defense. It's been a real pitching battle, pitching duel so far. Both teams have been able to get runners on, but just haven't gotten them around.
Yeah, for Pittsburgh, you have Dewey out there, 3 Ks so far. And then for Riverton, their defense has really been doing a great job of backing their pitcher up, keeping them right in there.
Yeah, you see a lot of plays that easily could have gotten out of hand from both teams, and they've been able to recover real swiftly, get back in it, and get the out when necessary. It's been, honestly, a real impressive performance out there in the field by both of these. Carter Cray starts it off 1-0. As Dewey, like you said, remaining on for the third inning. 1-1 count now for Cray. Here's the pitch. Just a bit high. Two one on its way. Sits in for strike 2.
Yeah, between just how well the pitchers are pitching and then the aggressiveness from the batters, they're keeping pitch counts pretty low for the third inning.
2-2 pitch. And Cray swing and a miss, strike 3. Dewey gets another one. That's his 4th strikeout of the game. Adding to his resume on the tournament. Brings up Levi Hudo. Hutto. Levi Hutto steps in. Dewey delivers just inside. One-oh pitch, swing and a miss for strike one.
Interesting setup by Pittsburgh where they have their right fielder playing. He's right behind where the second baseman is.
Playing a real aggressive format. Probably with the right-handed batter, you really don't expect it to go in that direction, at least not with a ton of power.
Right.
To get over that right fielder's head. Probably a lot more beneficial to take the bloop, I guess, is if you want to call it, away than the pop fly. 2-2 count for Hutto. One gone and no runners on. Still some aggressive stances out there in the field. Pittsburgh not showing fatigue that might have been expected here 3 innings deep, standing out there. Not a ton of action, at least this inning either. 3-2 will bring ball 4, and Dewey walks Hutto to first. So that puts a runner on. Lakin North looking to be the guy who brings him in. Dewey from the windup. Strike one.
Good first pitch. And that's what you want to look for. And I say it all the time, but the first pitch strike puts pressure on the batter and leads to more strikeouts.
And not to mention the batters even. That first pitch strike usually one of the best looking pitches too. That's the most hittable pitch in the lineup of your 5-pitch, 6-pitch count. I think that's why we've seen so much aggressiveness from the plate so far today. Here's 1-2 now for North as Dewey's starting to bring it in. Hutto on first. And swing and a miss for strike 3. So Dewey gets another K on the stat sheet for this inning. That's 2. Both outs have come from the mound so far. We're looking to collect a third. Bradley Cook will be the next up. Takes strike 1. We're looking for the outside corner. Can't quite get it. 1-1 count now between Cook and Dewey. Now 2-1. Cook giving a good eye to these pitches, not getting too aggressive. Throw down to first, though. Gets past Ehlert and advances Hutto to second.
Costly mistake there, puts the runner in scoring position. Not great, but you do have 2 outs at least, so just have to finish this batter here.
Feel like with a 2-out situation and how well Dewey's been doing on the mound, might have been worth it just to eat it on that, but aggressive plays. They can reap some positive too. Cook will take his base after ball 4 on the full count. So now we're at the bottom of the lineup. Leighton Adler up to bat. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Big at bat here for Riverton. Not only do you have the potential of scoring a run, but you bring it back to the top of the lineup. These guys, those top 3 especially, I know that they're feeling a little bit of fire in their bellies. They want to get something going here, and this is certainly the inning to do it. About halfway through. 1-1 count. Ball gets away from the catcher. Both runners advance, and now you've got runners on second and third.
Dewey's coming back now. He's got the 2-1 count, 2 outs. The pressure is definitely on him here. Let's see how he responds.
Yeah, this is a big time at bat for both of these teams. This could drive the narrative for the rest of the game.
Leighton Adler's got to look out there and see ducks on the pond and say, let's get them in, boys.
There's ball 3, so now 3-1. He's got a pitch to spare here, so probably going to be looking for what he likes. Something right in his wheelhouse for him to swing. Looked like he may have wanted a piece of that one, but decides to take it regardless. 3-2.
Big pitch right here.
And up top will send Adler to first. Here in the bottom of the third, they're going to go ahead and take a second to speak to Dewey. That being said, at 4 State Printing, we deliver full-service print solutions from envelopes, forms, business stationery, posters, and more. No project is too big or too small. Your image is our business. Visit 4stateprinting.com for more information. Back at the top of the lineup, Jackson Pillar, the leadoff, struck out on his last at-bat. Got a clean count and loaded bases ahead of him. As he takes strike 1. Good statement pitch by Dewey.
Coach came out, gave him a little pep talk, calmed him down a little bit, and we're back onto the strikes.
The overall message, these base runners mean nothing if you get the out here. And that's what Pittsburgh needs to be running through their minds right now is you get the out here, there's no danger, nothing, basically nothing happened this inning. 1-1. Pitch on its way and sits in for strike 2. One-two pitch on its way, just a bit outside for ball 2.
Nice pitch for him, just trying to get the batter to swing at it. Just put it a little bit outside of the zone, but he didn't bite on it.
Definitely searching for that outside corner. Dewey again, this one hits the dirt. Base runners hesitate and do not advance. That's some great speed by the catcher to keep that contained and keep the runners at bay. Live to see another pitch. Now it's full count, though. Here it is. Dewey fouled away. Another 3D.
Yeah.
That one was right at that, at our camera up here in the box.
Great pitch and great swing to make contact with it.
And Dewey delivers ball 4. Let's go with that one. Riverton puts the first run on the board. And we're going to see another visit to the mound.
Looks like they're going to pick Carson Farabi up.
So that will be the end of the road for Abe Dewey. Did a great job,
Yep.
I mean, through the first lineup. Tell us a little bit about his stats.
So Abe ended up, he had 5 strikeouts over the 3 innings he pitched there, 2 walks. He did give up a couple hits, but really what came into it the most, the overthrow and those errors on those throws, really come back to haunt you a little bit. and walks are going to happen, but 5 strikeouts, what a great day, honestly, for Abe Dewey.
A 5-3 ratio from strikeouts to walks, so not too bad from the mound, and did a good job containing the first 3 innings. Now Farabi's looking to come in and clean up. We'll see if he's able to. It's a heavy duty that he's stepping into with bases loaded.
Yeah, immediately steps in. He's got pressure on him. Carson is a really good pitcher. He's a smart kid, and I think he's not going to have any trouble with. He's been in situations like this before. He's going to be able to come into it and be calm and just deliver a good ball, I think.
Will say, out of a lot of these players, Farabi kind of carries himself as the cool, calm, collected guy, you know, approaching the pitcher in a tough situation. I believe that was the first or second inning that we saw that, where he went and talked to Dewey. I mean, just out there kind of playing leader there, and that's the kind of confidence you got to have to be successful at this age. Ortega will be the first up for Farabi. Managed to hit on his last at-bat. Following him will be Adams on deck. Two outs and bases loaded. This inning basically has 2 paths painted for itself, either a really successful Riverton inning or Pittsburgh gets out of it only giving up 1.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes for a team. They have that one big inning. You start putting a little doubt in the other team's mind, and then it just sort of snowballs from there.
Ortega settles in, and here's the first from Farabi. Good for strike 1. Oh, 1 from the windup. Swung on, grounder to the shortstop. The relay not available at second. Throw home. Gets past the catcher. That's 2 runs. And just a misstep by the defense of Pittsburgh.
That's been a little bit of story of the day for Pittsburgh, is missteps leading to base runners and now leading to runs. Let's see if they can get it cleaned up.
Yeah, not only Dewey having to kind of pump fake to 2 bases, and then the throw home in the dirt leaves another run. Farabi takes his time and gathers the out at first. So Pittsburgh gives up 3 in the 3rd. And now they'll head into the 4th with some work left to do. If they want to battle their way back into this one, you're watching Sun Sports Live on YouTube, presented by Crawcan. At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
Back for the top of the 4th. As you can see there, Pittsburgh 12U team out here watching the 10U perform. JJ, tell us a little bit about what we can expect from this 12U game coming up in this doubleheader.
Well, I think we're going to have an exciting one. They're up against Baxter. That was the team that they played in their last game. It's always tough to beat a team 2 times. So, here we go with it. But the 12U, they've outscored their opponents 37-3 at this point. They're a very tough team, well-disciplined. We'll see how they get after it tonight.
So both Pittsburgh teams, the 10U and 12U, with an opportunity to win the state title. Woo!
Hello.
That one was right at us.
I think he could have dove and caught that.
Foul ball coming right at the box. Delivered strike 1, and now ball 1 follows. Baker delivers the 1-1, and
it's like his foot slipped a little bit there as he's delivering. And this is a little bit of a change for the kids, too. A lot of times they're pitching off a mound that's 4 to 6 inches high, and then when you come here, it's pretty close to flat.
Ehlert sits with a 3-1. And takes ball 4.
First walk for Baker.
Hammond now at the plate for the first time today. Lefty stepping in with a runner on first, no outs. Here in the top of the 4th, a good start as he squares up to bunt. Remember from the All-Star game, Hammond's got some wheels.
Yes, he does.
He can get a move on to first base, so laying down a bunt certainly is just as good as a hit for him. Swing and a miss. Brings the count 1-2. Swung on and fouled away. Keeps him at the plate. With a 1-2 count. Baker delivers ball 2. Baker's done a great job as well. We've been talking about the pitching game, and I've given him enough praise already through these first 3 innings. He has been pretty lights out from the mound as he puts this one in the dirt. Maybe a bit of a commentator jinx there.
Yeah.
As Ehlert slides into second and now puts himself in scoring position. Full count up for Hammond as well. Big pitch incoming. Inside will be ball 4, and the pass ball advances Ehlert to third.
Now, my guess here would be that we're going to see the batter take the first pitch, and Kai is going to take off for second. We might be able to see those wheels here.
Well, the batter up next will be Carson Farabi. A mound visit for Riverton. Between innings, knock your watch troubles out of the park at Bud's Jewelry in Pittsburgh. With expert cleaning, part replacement, repairs, and seal testing, Bud's Jewelry offers hometown service that's a home run. Visit us at 701 North Broadway Street in Pittsburgh. I want to give a quick thanks to all of our sponsors for the broadcast today of both the 12U and 10U games. Carson Farabi, leadoff hitter. A very similar situation that we saw in the bottom of the 3rd for Riverton. Big scoring opportunity with the top of the lineup up to bat. Here's Hammond taking off and looked like he was just trotting his way to second.
Yeah, I think so on that one. You're not going to chance a throw to second when you got that runner on third.
2-0 count for Robbie. Swing and a miss for strike one. And he was putting every ounce of power into that swing. 2-1 pitch on its way. Farabi squares up. Squares for the bunt, but couldn't quite make contact, and that'll be strike two. Very interesting situation. Not a lot of times you see a guy swing and then square. Usually it's determined at the start of the bat. But now it's 3-2.
Yeah, that full count, you got runners on third and second. The pass ball, getting through the catcher is your worst enemy at this point.
Full count. This one's popped up, making its way into left field. Is reeled in by the shortstop for out number one and keeps it in close enough that the runners do not advance.
Riverton just continuing to show off their defensive prowess out there. Blaine Ortega with the catch, it looks like.
Brings up Nolan Sorrell. First pitch, popped up, same spot, just a little shorter. Ooh. Little bit of trouble on the communication side between third and short as they're kind of hashing it out there in the infield, but they get the out regardless. No complaints.
They say those pop flies are like a date with a pretty girl. If you want one, you got to call it.
It's a two gone, hard grounder to the third baseman. Keeps it in front of him. The throw to first over the head, and that'll score Hammond. 2 runs come in, and it'll be Dewey on first. So that cuts the lead down to 1 for Riverton. All of a sudden, the 3-run lead not looking as threatening. Low pitch for ball 1 as Ehlert steps in.
Jackson with 1 hit on the day already.
Lead-taking run up the middle, past the shortstop, and Ehlert will get a single himself. Advances Dewey to second as well, and now it is trouble for Riverton. Abel Jackson looking to continue the 4th.
7 at-bats altogether so far in the tournament for Abel. He's got 3 hits, 2 walks.
Outside for ball 1. One 1-0 count, and that's inside. Did it catch him? It was sure close, but he'll step back in with the 2-0.
Kind of hear his teammates saying, wear it, but it's a lot easier to say than do sometimes.
Yes, a lot easier said than done. 2-1 count as Baker works his way back into this count. Swing and a miss for strike 2. And that was a nice pitch. Not much Jackson probably could have done even if he made contact with that one. Just a little too high, but tempting enough to where batter wanted to swing. Full count. And here's the pitch. High and away. Loaded bases. Andrew Coleman to bring home the tying run potentially.
2 outs of pressure is definitely on Coleman here.
Takes strike one just to add on. Inside for ball one. 1-1 count. Yeah, lots of pressure, I think, amongst most of the players out there in the field, even base runners. Don't want to make a mistake here. Lots can happen with a situation like this. Ball gets away from Baker, but the catcher Pillar makes a nice snag and keeps it in front of him. That may have prevented a whole run.
Good plays by the catcher make real good friends with with the pitcher.
Right back to Baker, and quick reactions. Makes the out and cleans up the fourth. Oh, look at that one once more. Right back to him. Gets the glove in perfect shape and walks off. We'll take a break here in between the top and the bottom of the fourth. We'll be right back with Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
How is it so fast?
With Crocan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Back for the bottom of the fourth. Just a couple innings remaining in this game as we reach the bottom of the fourth. Pittsburgh brought the deficit to 1 in the top by scoring 2. Riverton was the team to strike first, so the Bats probably feeling a little bit hot headed into this inning, especially after giving up 2 out there in the field.
Yeah, and now we have Carson up there on the mound, Carson Farabi. He pitched the first game for him. He had 4 innings in, 7 strikeouts, only allowing 3 hits and 2 earned runs off of that. Carson is one heck of a pitcher.
Easton Baker. Once again, pitcher versus pitcher here. As he takes strike 1. Feeling out the new pitcher, Farabi. Probably a good call. The 0-1. Ooh. Goes behind Baker, and he'll get to take his base. Did that catch a little bit of his uniform?
Interesting. Not sure exactly what did happen on that, but
I think it
either way, goes to first base.
did.
Must have.
Umpire waves it off, and Baker now stands on first. A quick at-bat for him, and it'll be a swing and a miss by Spence for strike 1. Carson Spence, the 0-1, drops a bunt down the first base line. Farabi makes the play to first, but advances the runner to second. And I'd say job well done on the bunt. And honestly, it gave himself a great chance to maybe make it to first on a bobbled ball or whatnot.
Yeah, smart play by Carson, too, by not trying to force that throw to second base and just getting the runner at first, getting the easy out where you can.
Not to mention a good throw from the knees. Solid play all around. Hoyt Coley takes strike 1. Runner on second. 1 out. Farabi delivers. Strike 2.
So Coley struck out at his last plate appearance. I'm sure right about now he's wanting to put the ball into play and see if he can get that runner on second in to score.
You can almost see it in his swing. He just really trying to put that ball in play, and if all else, advance Baker to third and put himself in prime scoring position. Outside for ball 1. As Baker takes off and ends up on third on his own fruition.
Great heads up running there by Baker. Saw an opening and took it.
Yeah. Well said. I mean, just amazing base running by Baker. And now this one's popped up into the outfield.
Big hit.
Early tag by Baker as he heads home and scores. And they're going to check third.
He's out.
And he's out.
Oh, failed
they
the tag.
said he left early. Great read. I don't know who it was on defense that called that out, but I saw a couple red jerseys saying tag third. And that was a great read by the defense. Great awareness. Gets the third out, and that'll send us into the 5th. We'll go ahead and take another break on Sun Sports Live. We'll be right back with the 5th. At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Back for the top of the 5th. Riverton had the opportunity to bring one home, but on a misstep on the base running. After some pretty good base running, as a matter of fact, just they come up short of home, and score stands 3-2. Pittsburgh with a big opportunity. Bats are probably feeling hot. You're feeling really good coming off of a great defensive stand, and I feel like they have a great chance to put one on the board.
They've got momentum on their side now. They're feeling good about it, so let's see what happens. However, Baker is still pitching really well right now, even at 66 pitches in.
Yeah, doing a great job out there on the mound, and he's been pretty lethal with it as well. Not someone that you can take too lightly. These Pittsburgh batters really have to focus up to put the ball in play, and Baker lets that one go just a bit early.
Delaseg is tied for the tournament lead for Pittsburgh with 4 RBIs in the tournament, so let's see what he does here.
Takes ball 2, 2-0 count. Swing and a miss for strike 1. 2-1 as it stands. For De La Sega in that one.
Again.
Another right at the box.
So 70 pitches in. There's the day limit pitch count is 85, so Baker's got 15 left.
Saw Coach talking to him before he went out on the mound, maybe discussing the longevity of his showing today. As that one just inside for ball 4. Obviously visibly frustrated with the performance on that at-bat. Had a chance to get a quick out and Just lets it go a little bit. Brings up Ramsey, who takes strike one. Something that I've definitely noticed is the Riverton support behind every pitch that Baker throws. I mean, these guys are cheering for their pitcher every single strike. That's got to feel pretty good when you're out there on the mound.
You got the community backing you like that? Absolutely.
0-2 counts. Just outside, trying to get Ramsey to chase.
You know, especially at this age group, you're talking about how many pitchers do you have on your team that can deliver accurate pitches?
Accurate pitches all the way into the 80 counts, you know. It's a tough calling.
Showing a lot of trust in Baker by letting him go this long. He's done a great job. I don't blame him for leaving him out there.
3 straight outside of the zone for Baker as he looks to reel in this batter.
Delasega's eyeing the plate, waiting to tie it up.
And swing and a miss, strike 3 for Ramsey. Might be a bit of a confidence booster for Baker headed into this next at-bat, which very well could be his last.
You know, surprisingly, with as well as he's pitched, that's only a second strikeout of the day. And he's here comes Coach to pull him out now, but what a great job Baker's done. You know, we said before, Pittsburgh outscoring their opponents 24-5, and here you are, you've only allowed 2 runs. Baker's had a really strong performance.
And he will be headed to shortstop. Substitute pitcher is in. That'll be number 1.
Ortega
for Riverton. So Blaine Ortega takes the mound with a runner on third and 1 out. So something to be said about this at bat, you know, just keeping it in the infield. Maybe a strikeout's really valuable in this situation. So getting in a fresh arm could be really beneficial for Riverton headed into this next at bat. And, you know, you've only got these next 2 innings. It's essential. Every single run is going to matter.
Ortega's definitely going to want to try to avoid any long fly balls out to the outfield, which give a chance for a score from Pittsburgh.
Even a ground ball in the infield could very well yield a run with only 1 out.
Yep.
Really, the options are wide open. It'll be interesting to see what was said in that meeting at the mound as well, because I'm sure they talked over, you know, if it happens to be in the infield, are you going to home or are you going to first? And I think with a short ground ball, you might be tempted to throw that one home.
Sure. Yeah, better to plan ahead in a situation like that. You know, the emotions of it, the ball comes to you, you're thinking, you know, I want to try to stop the run from scoring, but you also don't want to let that base runner get on first base.
Well, and you'd hate to throw it home and not get the guy home, or he stays on third, and then you give up a free single.
Yep.
It's a big mind game for situations like this, so it will be interesting to see how this defense adapts. Banks Baker will be the first to see the pitch from Ortega. He takes ball 1.
Banks, the other half of the RBI duo leading the team. Banks also has 4 RBIs so far in the tournament. Definitely trying to make it 5.
And a big chance to do so here. Options are wide open. 2-0 count, though. Advances to 3. Ortega debut pitches for the championship game, not going in the direction he may have expected. See if he can reel this one in with the 3-0 inside, and Baker will take his base. 4-0 walk, and there goes Baker. Rounds first. Ortega completely confused, not knowing what to do. Ortega throws it home over the catcher's head, and De La Sega
still going.
Scores the third run. Baker ends up on third after a walk.
Wow.
A crazy sequence of events. And great heads up running by the Pittsburgh team, sending the guy to second, and not only sending him to second, but stopping to try and draw the attention. I mean, it looked like that was completely intentional.
Yeah. You turn the walk from first base, you turn it into a run, and the runner's now at third.
And I think they were very much so willing to sacrifice Baker on second to draw the attention for De La Sega to score there.
Yeah, definitely. Probably worked out better than what they could have expected.
Got Pillar, I think, got the wind knocked out of him there at home with
Pillar's hung in there today, really showing his toughness. It's a hot day out there in that catcher's gear especially.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I mean, give the kid a hand. What a great job he's done.
Looks like he might either be trying to walk it off, get himself a cup of water to freshen up. But like you said, I mean, it is hot out here. I mean, we're sitting here with the window open, and it's still pretty warm. So definitely big props to all these players for withstanding the heat, and especially those catchers. I believe Sorrell's been doing the duty for Pittsburgh. Well, looks like Pillar's headed back for the plate, so.
I'll give it up for him. Tough kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a hard slide into home by De La Sega. I mean, not much he could have done to avoid it. Pillar had to jump up to get the ball and ended up coming down on top of De La Sega. So.
And that's got to be a great motivator for his team, too. Like, he took that, and here he is walking back out and saying, give me more.
Yeah, big kind of, hey, you know, he took the hit. We need to step up. Let's get these last two outs and get out of this inning. To get out of it tied would be a big reward for Riverton at this point. You know, one out with a runner on third. You're certainly thinking that runner almost is guaranteed to come home if Warlock puts the bat on the ball here. And he does so. Hard grounder to the shortstop. Great play by Baker, but it's overthrown. Warlock ends up on first and scores Banks Baker.
Speaking of Bakers, that was Baker for Riverton on that play there.
Yeah.
What a great job he did of keeping a handle on the ball and still being able to make the throw.
Yeah, arm might be a little bit of limp after the 76 pitches. Hard to get it across the diamond. One 1-0 count to start it off as Ortega starts to settle in against Trip Fox. Now a 2-0.
Another little bit of a pitcher's battle here. Tripp is also a pitcher. He pitched game 2 for the Pittsburgh boys.
Might see him if things get a little out of hand in these next couple innings. Still in the top of the fifth here. 4-3's the score. Pittsburgh scored 2 here in the top of the fifth to take the lead. Warlock on first. 1 out and a walk for Fox, which will advance Warlock to second. And now runners on first and second. Luke Gorman looking to keep the inning alive. Stands with a 1-0. Takes strike one as Ortega starts to find his groove.
Great looking pitch from Ortega. You saw that one coming in as a strike the whole way. Great job.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled away into the fence. Yeah, Ortega, you can see he's bringing the heat here, but has had a little bit of trouble gathering on those outside or those corners of the zone. As he's gone on, he's definitely gotten more proficient, and you see it right there. Pop fly in the infield for out number 2. That's a big out that keeps Warlock from getting to third, and now you've got 2 outs. Things are looking a little better.
Yeah, with as good as Riverton's been on their defense, just pitch to contact, let your defense do the work for you.
Ortega delivers strike one. Alert looking to keep the inning alive. Takes ball one. One on its way and fouled by Alert for strike two. One got away from Ortega, but they gather it swiftly. Here's the 1-2. Fouled. Aylard keeping himself at the plate.
Yeah, Alex, his brother Jackson up with 2 hits on the day. Alex is definitely wanting to kind of get back in there and say, hey, I got mine too.
Mm-hmm. Brotherly battles, one of the biggest motivators. Up top for ball 2. Good eye by Aylert. You could tell he cocked that bat back.
Yeah.
He was really looking to take a hard cut. And he's taken a couple on this at-bat already. You see those foul balls. They're coming off with some velo. Full count for Aylert at the plate. Runners on first and second. Hit to the second baseman. Bobbled.
Oh.
Tries to gather it and tag Fox.
They're running home.
And Warlock makes it home. Pass ball. Fox gets to third, and Aylert on second.
Well, now I'm kind of afraid maybe I cursed him after talking about how good of a job the defense for Riverton's been today, and you know, that leads to a run there. Second baseman obviously a little upset with himself, but you know, just take a breath. You get another chance at it.
And gave a great effort on that play regardless.
Yeah, he did.
Kept it in front of him and then gathers the ball, tries to make the tag, kind of laying his body on the line to do so, and just out of his reach.
Yeah, definitely not short on effort there.
Hammond at the plate. 0-1 count to start off. And this is a pass ball. Bounces off the backstop pretty hard, and Pillar.
You can tell Tripp was wanting to make a trip down there to home, and then quickly decided, well, maybe not this time.
1-1 count. Base runners are hungry. Hammond watches ball 2. Here's the pitch from Ortega. Outside for ball 3.
Looks like Ortega needs to make just a minor adjustment, bring the ball down a little bit. It'll be in the strike zone, just missing a little high.
And finds it there.
Yep.
That's where he's been looking for on this at-bat. 3-2 counts between Hammond and Ortega. Hammond to extend the inning. Ortega to give the Bats another chance, and Hammond keeps a good eye to take first.
Yeah, back to the top of the lineup. Pittsburgh, Carson Farabi's going to be coming up. Bases loaded for him. He's going to be looking to hit here for sure.
Pittsburgh's got 3 this inning, 3 runs. And now with bases loaded and 2 gone, with the top of your lineup, anything can happen. First pitch from Ortega to Farabi. Ball 1.
Yeah, and Farabi typically has a really good eye at the plate, very disciplined, so he's not going to swing much if it's out of the strike zone.
Especially not in a situation like this. Ball in the infield does you no good, so
yep.
Unless you think you can put it out in the grass, probably best to just take the pitch as he sits with a 3-0.
Yeah, you got to think here Farabi's definitely going to have the brakes on, make the pitcher pitch to him, deliver a strike.
Squares up for a bunt. And pulls away. Ball gets past the catcher, and Fox hesitant to go.
I'm a little surprised with the bunt, with the 2 outs, and not pulling it back early at least.
I think sometimes they get up there, they square up, they think it kind of blocks the plate a little bit, kind of gets in the pitcher's head.
Sure, it's a different view for the pitcher. You know, you don't see too many bunts.
Farabi takes a strong cut there for strike 2.
Great job, Ortega, working back into this at bat for him. You know, down 3-0. Now here we are at full count, 2 outs.
Full count, bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch, ground ball in between third and short. Will be kept in front of him, but Baker not able to get the out.
A little frustration there. Threw the ball back to the pitcher, knocked his glove off his hand.
That was a frustrated throw back to the pitcher by Easton Baker. You could see it. He wanted to get out of this inning, but now they give up another run. 6-3's the score. Bases are still loaded, and you've got Nolan Sorrell. Hard hit ball down the third base line, makes its way foul.
Yeah, Nolan's got 1 hit so far on the day, and he's looking to get a second, it looks like.
Oh-2 for Sorrell. Here's the pitch. Just a bit inside and maybe high as well for ball 1. One, two. Popped up the middle.
Fantastic
Into the
hit.
center fielder's glove, and the throw to home. Not in time for Hammond.
The speedster able to make it in, score the run.
And that was a great throw by the center fielder, making a great one-hop play. Just not in time. Bang, bang play.
2 RBIs there for Nolan.
Yeah, 2 RBI double, and that brings the score 8-3. So big scoring inning out of the Pittsburgh team, and they advance their lead to 5. They were down 1 at the start of this.
And this is where it comes into play. Like, how many horses do you have in the stable, pitching-wise? You know, how many guys can you get up there? If a guy has a bad day, which can happen, do you have someone that can come in and take over, and you're not going to miss a beat there? And you know, that's kind of what we're going to see here. Is he able to work out of this, or are they going to put someone else in? And if they do have to put someone else in, do they have that next guy that can step up and do it?
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility on the coaches making that decision. You know, you see a guy having a rough time. Obviously, you want to have confidence in your pitcher's ability to, battle back and mentally make his way back into this game, but you also have to take into consideration that sometimes it just doesn't work in that direction.
Yeah.
Abe Dewey starts it off 0-1. And this Pittsburgh team with 2 outs, they are feeling aggressive at the plate. They have been taking some hard cuts and swinging at the ball. We saw 2 great hits back-to-back there. Dewey probably feeling like he wants to follow up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa. Here we go.
Oh,
There's
no.
another runner. And they're going to score 2 here, aren't they?
Sorrell rounds third. Ball makes its way home and pops out of the glove. That scores 2 runs. Oh, no.
Pillar gave it everything he had to try to get that runner. It was close. Just a little too quick around.
And the frustration setting in for Riverton right now as 2 innings ago they were up 3-0, gave up 2, so they held on to the lead, and then they went dry in the bottom of the 4th just to give up 8 so far in the top of the 5th. And this is where your statement, outscoring your opponents has starting to ring a little bit true. 10-3. Popped up by Dewey and makes its way foul.
Yeah, Dewey's reached base twice today, one on a fielder's choice, the other one on an error. I'm sure he's looking to get a nice solid hit in the stat book for him.
2-2 counts, 2 outs, and no runners on anymore. So Dewey not able to gather any RBIs. This one high and inside.
Well, that one was super close. About took it off the helmet there.
3-2 pitch. Hit back to the shortstop. And the throw to first. Beals his foot, and Dewey starts it off with a single. Gets the rally going again. More base runners on for Pittsburgh.
Action Jackson stepping in now.
Dewey looking to get aggressive over there on first. Taking a big lead. And Ehlert. Strong cut down the third base line, ends up foul.
Yeah, got around on it just a little too quick.
Inside pitch, that's what you're looking for. 1-1 over the head of the catcher as Dewey takes and makes his way to second.
Yeah, no hesitation. He was looking to go to third on that, it looked like.
Mm-hmm. And it was actually looking like he was looking to make his way to second, even without the pass ball. He was getting real aggressive on those second leads, or I guess first leads, as now he makes his way to third. Another pass ball.
With the frustration setting in the way it is, you almost don't want a chance of throw down and again, compound an error with another one.
3-1 counts. Ehlert feeling comfortable in the box as he sees strike 2. This one's in between second and first.
Perfect.
Gets
position.
past the right fielder, and Ehlert rounds first.
He's going to go to third, I bet.
Rounds second and heads for third. Ball makes its way into the infield, and Ehlert will stand up.
Fantastic hit.
With 3 bags on an error. So 11-3. As we've been told, this could potentially be the winning run on third if he makes his way home. Ground ball back to the pitcher, Ortega. Transition to first is good for out number 3, and Riverton will head back to the dugout after a grueling inning. We'll take a break here on Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
How is it so fast?
With Crocan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Back in for the bottom of the fifth. 11-3 after Pittsburgh puts up 9 in the top of the fifth, and now they'll look to practically close out this game at this point. Talked about the outscoringness that they've had in this tournament and the success that they've reaped from it, and it's certainly showing here in these late innings.
Yeah, they've got the bats going the last inning or two, and now Riverton's going to step up to the plate, and they have Carson Farabi, who's going to be pitching to him. A fantastic pitcher. He delivers a great ball, so it's not going to be easy for him, that's for sure.
Riverton has their work cut out for him. 8 runs is a tough task. And Pittsburgh put together a great inning. Riverton had a couple of errors there out in the field as well, so giving them the benefit.
Yeah, we're stepping in here like Heckmaster around the middle of the lineup for him.
Really, it would be a big deal with Riverton if you were able to get all the way around to that top of the lineup.
Yeah.
None of these guys coming up, though, have had a hit yet today, and I don't think walks are going to be the be-all, end-all for Riverton.
No, I think at this point they're going to have to get a little aggressive, and they have been most of the day, but you have to stay in that mode, I think.
1-1. Farabi delivers. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I think with someone who's as talented as Carson is, he's going to pitch strikes. You're going to have to swing the bat if you're going to want to come back in this one.
Farabi from the windup. Delivers, and Heckmaster, grounder. Farabi flips it to first for out number 1.
He says, no problem, I got it.
Doing the work out there in the field. And this team also, something to consider for this Pittsburgh team is how long they've been sitting in that dugout.
Sure.
And kind of cooling off, resting a little bit, not just standing out there in the heat. They're coming out here probably feeling pretty fresh. Cray gets strike 1 on him early.
His second at bat for Carter. He's struck out his first at bat. Let's see what happens on this one.
Robbie just a bit inside as Cray's forced to duck away. 1-1 count now. On its way. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Wow, what a good looking pitch.
Farabi in great position for this at-bat with the 1-2 count. Looking to gather a strikeout for himself in this inning as he delivers that one behind the back of Cray. Ground ball to the third baseman. Fielded cleanly, but the throw too long as Cray makes his way to first for a single.
What a great job by the first baseman. They're digging that out of the dirt.
Starting the fire here for Riverton. A base runner could be the kick starter that they need.
You got to think Riverton's really going to be looking to put that guy on the second as soon as possible to avoid the double play.
Hutto stepping in. Takes ball one, and you can see Cray getting aggressive after the bobbled pitch. That one was in the dirt. Watching closely. Robbie the 1-0. Outside, Cray takes off. Throw down to second. He's there in time.
This gets under the tag. Great throw from Sorrell to get it there. It's just he got under the tag.
I was going to say, that was a great throw, great catch. And
yeah.
I mean, to be picky, maybe just a touch high, but genuinely, I mean, you gave it the chance that it needed. And
yeah.
Cray just managed to get a good jump. 3-0 count for Farabi against Hutto. Double play kind of taken out of the equation here. And too high. Hutto takes first.
Second walk for Hutto now.
So now the double play back in, but you've got a runner in scoring position and probably looking to take off for third at any given time on a wild pitch.
Coach comes out to give a few words of encouragement, get him settled down, try to get him back into the zone.
Farabi only up to 25 pitches. As North steps in. Lycan North starts it off 0-1.
That's a fancy looking helmet he's got on, isn't it?
Looks like American flags. Taking a lot of pride in his country and America's pastime here. North will take a quick reset and step back in. One-two count for Lycan North. Farabi delivers. Strike three.
Good looking pitch.
That one's just on the outside corner and not enticing for most batters. And great spot for Farabi.
First strikeout on the day for Farabi.
Brings up Brightly Cook. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike one. Farabi delivers. High and inside for ball one. Taking his time between pitches. Really looking to dial in. The 1-1 is in the dirt and inside. Actually catches Cook on his heel. And that'll load the bases.
Now, one of the traditions they have here at Wayne Metcalf Field is when a foul ball gets hit out of play, off the field surface, they give a free popsicle to the kid that brings it back. We've had a severe lack of free popsicles getting given out here today. Probably some unhappy kiddos.
It'll be Leighton Adler. Swing and a miss for strike one to start off his count. The 0-1 on its way for ball one.
Yeah, just took that a little too far glove side for him and got it outside.
All of a sudden, the comeback for Riverton looking very possible with run number 7 standing at the plate. You know, you get a good hit here, things start to turn.
Yeah, certainly not off the table for him.
1-2 count. Had the quick first out, and I was looking at that thinking mental probably is a little broken, but man, they have really fought their way through the bottom of the 5th and given themselves an opportunity here.
Yep, and that momentum can be such a big deal for them, and it can switch so easily. When Pittsburgh came onto the field after scoring all those runs, you would have thought that Riverton's going to lay down and it's over. That's not the case whatsoever. They're fighting back.
2-2 count. Robbie's pitch on its way, and it's fouled. Oof. And it hit his hand. Hit Leighton Adler's hand. They're going to check him out real quick.
Yeah, hands are part of the bat when it comes to that, so.
Yeah, I could see him checking. That certainly is not a fun feeling, though.
No.
Right on the knuckles. Basically just pure bone there, and it'll not a lot of cushion in between that, and also just getting pinched in between the bat. Stuck between a baseball and a metal rod.
There you go.
And takes strike 3. And that would have been to bring up the top of the order. That brings up the top of the 6th. Final inning here at Wayne Metcalf Field. And we'll be right back with Sun Sports Live for it, presented by Crocan.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org.
(11-3) is the score here in the top of the 6th. Riverton takes the field once more, trying to minimize damage to give themselves the best chance at jumping back into this game. And it'll be Ortega on the mound to continue the defensive stand by Riverton. JJ, coming down this home stretch, of this game, 1 inning remaining, what do you think is going through some of these kids' minds?
Well, with the score looking the way it is, emotions are running high. Pittsburgh close to losing the momentum there, right? But they were able to keep it. Right? They got those 3 outs. They were able to hold them scoreless that last inning. So I think at this point, Pittsburgh's looking to add a couple more runs to it, and really, Riverton's wanting to stop them, obviously. But they got to get that momentum back on their side to really do some damage.
I think a big contributing factor, state championship game. You want to bring it home. This is what you've worked toward in this league all year as Kuhlman opens up with a single. This bit unconventional. he keeps it close to home, but stands up on first. Anthony De La Sega now with a base runner. Bit high. But like I was saying, with that state championship, being in the back of their minds, understanding the stakes with this game. Here's a hard hit by De La Sega. Popped up, and it stays inside this infield for out number 1.
Another strong play by second baseman Oliver Adams. He's done a great job today.
Bryce Ramsey now with 1 out and a runner on first. Starts the count off 1-0. Takes ball 2 there, just a bit high. Two-0 counts for Ortega as that one gets away from him. Coleman stands up on second now after the wild pitch.
Couple of stolen bases for Coolman on the day.
Here's a hard hit ball into left field. Coolman rounds third as the confusion in the outfield leaves Ramsey on second. A double for Bryce Ramsey brings the score 12-3. Pass ball advances Ramsey to third. And emotions starting to affect this game, it seems, a little bit, Fielding errors and Pittsburgh feeling confident at the plate. I mean, you walk up there, even if you don't have a hit today, I feel like a lot of these batters walk up, all my buddies got a hit.
Sure.
It can't be too hard, and that confidence can really excite the bat.
When you're the batter, you're walking up to the score, and you see the scoreboard, and it's 12-3. You feel pretty good about things.
Well, and I also think I got nothing to lose.
Sure.
Even if I strike out here, score still remains. We're still up. Not a lot of consequence to the at-bat, and that can really –
yeah, you might as well send it.
Yeah, it can really excite some momentum. 2-2 count. 1 out and a runner on third as Baker keeps the at-bat alive.
Ortega up now to 65 pitches on the day.
Close to being their second pitcher to reach into the 70s. As that one's inside for ball 3. Up top, ball 4. Baker takes his base.
3 at-bats there for Baker today, 2 walks for him.
And they'll keep Baker at first as opposed to maybe previously in the game they had sent him with the 1-out situation, but trying not to be too greedy. Pass ball advances Baker to second regardless, and will leave Warlop with a 1-0. Starting off his at-bat. Pitch. Fouled away for strike 1. Ortega has had some trouble with extensive at-bats coming down this stretch. See if he's able to make up for it here. This one's into right and gets over the right fielder's head.
He's going to score 2, it looks like.
They'll score 2 runs, and Warlop will be headed for third. Safe there. Puts another runner in scoring position and scores now 14-3.
Trip Fox coming up now, and he had a walk the last time he was able to get in and score on a pass ball. I'm sure he's looking to add another run to the score.
Citizens Bank of Weir has served our small town since 1892. Step inside and feel the welcoming smiles of neighbors who know your name. From checking and loans to online mobile banking, real hometown service meets modern convenience. Citizens Bank of Weir, friendly personal banking in the heart of Weir.
If I'm not mistaken, if Pittsburgh is able to hold on here, I believe this will be 3 in a row for them.
First pitch for the batter, Trip Fox. Runner on third. Starts it off 1-0. Too high for ball 2. Fox settling in. Hard grounder back to the pitcher. Ortega, the throw in time. Gathers out number 2, but it'll be an RBI for Fox as Warlock makes his way home.
Good hustle by Fox. Just came up a step too short.
Luke Gorman now with 2 outs and empty bases, looking to spark a new rally. First pitch inside. He'll hit the deck and pop right back up. Two-0 count now for Gorman. And that one sits in for strike 1. Ortega.
Yeah, Ortega's 9 pitches away from hitting his daily limit.
Yeah, up in the 70s, just like Baker was, and Gorman with a nice hit back up the middle. Rope into center field and stands up on first. And with 2 away, we'll see another mound visit here for Riverton. At this point in the game, how do these discussions go down at the mound?
Yeah, like, we talked about earlier, you don't want to hurt your pitcher's confidence, but, you come out to once you make your second mound visit to the same pitcher, then at that point you do have to pull him. So we should be seeing a new pitcher come in. But you want to, you have to appreciate what he's done. 77 pitches, that's a lot for a 9-10-year-old. So he's done a really good job. It just kind of got away there at the end for him. But, yeah, he ought to be proud of what he's done out here today.
They'll bring in number 23. That's Carson Spence. Spence coming in as the second relief, third overall pitcher for Riverton. Both of the prior pitchers reaching into the 70s before leaving the game. Spence, more than likely, not going to have that opportunity.
Yeah, you have to figure that Spence is hoping it doesn't go into he doesn't hit the 70s.
I think he's looking for 3.
Yeah, I think he'd be just fine with that, or 1 even.
Yeah.
Get out of the inning and try to put some points on the board.
Save your energy for the at-bat. Very active crowd here at Wayne Metcalf Field on a nice Saturday as the sun starts to set and weather starts to get a little more bearable.
I was asking during the break how long this field's been operating. They said it's close to 70 years. It's the mid-50s when this field opened up. It's got such a good look to it of an old style like you'd see in MLB. It's got the stands that are covered out in the outfield. It's a beautiful field. Right in, here we are in Baxter, beautiful area. You got houses over there and a park across. It's a great looking field.
I said it almost gives kind of Sandlot vibes.
Yeah.
You know, it's got a little bit of vintage to
Yes.
it, but also it's not outdated.
No.
It's not. It's still very modernized for a baseball field, especially for these little leaguers. I think coming here and playing probably makes you feel like you're playing on a bigger stage, and hopefully the broadcast makes it feel that way too. And heading into further years as well.
Yeah, I don't think these kids will probably play on a better maintained grass field than what you're going to see here today.
Yeah, it is beautiful green grass. I mean, not a spot of what seems to be a dead portion. So huge props to the grounds crew, for taking care of this and everything.
Yeah, I think Wayne Metcalf, who's the field is named after, I think he maintained it for himself and maybe still does. If you look out back by the scoreboard, he's actually sitting in the bed of his truck. That's where he sits out there in the chair in the bed of his truck and watches all the games.
So 3-0 counts at the plate. Strike one comes in time for Ehlert. Three-one pitch on its way, and a good-looking one at that. Right on that outside corner for Ehlert. And that one will be a walk for Ehlert. I don't.
Yeah, definitely no need for the throw
Yeah.
there, now we see.
I was
what we
about to
got.
say, I don't know exactly the reason for the throw. Probably just thinking he was stealing, and Ehlert was walking to first.
Yeah, you got to watch that count. Spence is a lefty. His first lefty we've seen.
This is Kai Hammond at the plate. Like you said, maybe putting a little opposite spin, kind of coming from a different direction, could throw some of these batters off. Spence delivers. Swing and a miss for strike two.
Hammond with 3 at bats. He's got 1 walk.
Here's the 0-2. One thing I've noticed about Hammond is he is certainly a 2-strike hitter.
Yes.
I mean, you don't see a lot of them at this age. A lot of times I think gets a little nervy. You want to take and extend the at-bat, but Hammond gets aggressive, and
Yes,
he makes
does.
almost better contact with 2 strikes than he does on the first 2.
Free popsicle for the kids on that one.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Fought off 2, but couldn't grab the third. As we head into the bottom of the 6th, 15-3 lot of ground to be made up by Riverton. We'll see if they can do it here on Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crocan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC. Back on for the bottom of the 6th. Riverton 3, Pittsburgh 15. They will have to make up 12 runs to continue this game here in the state championship of Kansas Little League 10U.
I mean, you still have to get 3 outs if you're Pittsburgh, but at this point, you gotta figure they can taste it a little bit. You know, three state championships in a row for them. So let's see if they can get it put away here.
Big lead. You got a lot of room to work with if you're, especially Carson Farabi. You know, no reason if you're out there on the mound to feel any kind of fluster.
Right, pretty pressure-free.
Even if they gather up 3-4 runs, you're sitting out there pretty confident. All it is 3 outs. It separates them from another state championship. First pitch on its way, in for strike 1, and that's a good tone setter. Hard grounder to the second baseman. Relay to first in time for out number 1.
Runner takes a little tumble down there as running down the first baseline. Farabi's got to be happy with that. 2-pitch, first batter. You get a quick out that way. That's fantastic. That's what you're looking for.
Next up, trying to grab the number, Ortega, who just got pulled after throwing 70 pitches. 76, I believe, was the final number.
Ortega looking to get a second hit on the day.
This one pops up in the infield and reeled in by De La Sega out there on second. So 2 quick ones, and all of a sudden, any tension that was left in the shoulders for this Pittsburgh team is now more than likely gone.
Here we have a return of the pencil bat.
You'd need to be pretty unlucky to give up 12 on a 2-out rally here. This one's behind Adams. Adams stepping in confidently. Like to see that in the batters, even at this stage in the game. Shows a lot of strength, mental strength and physical strength, being able to keep your composure when things aren't feeling the greatest.
Yeah, even more pressure when you know you got 2 outs and you're down like this. You don't want to be the last out.
This one's popped up and out of play.
There's a popsicle there.
I was about to say the same thing.
Maybe we got to open these windows up so if one flies in, we can go down and get us a free popsicle.
Cool off a little bit. 1-2 counts for Adams at the plate. Trying to keep himself from being the last at-bat for the state championship for Riverton.
You can tell the Pittsburgh players out there, they can feel it.
Ready to just jump on a celebration. Oh, I think Adams thought he may have swung through or got hit, or I thought maybe he thought he swung through and was getting rung up on it.
Carson surely seemed like he thought so.
Well, he swings at that one,
we go.
And that'll be it. Game over. Pittsburgh takes the victory. Dog pile on the mound. Farabi, the pitcher, isn't even in on it. Those guys are excited to have done it and grab their 3rd straight as Riverton and Pittsburgh will shake hands, showing off some great sportsmanship between these 2 teams. And honestly, it was a great game. Lots of excitement. Had 3 real quick innings, and then all of a sudden it was just a batting duel. It looked like it was going to be a 3-0 finish maybe, but Pittsburgh stepped up, made things happen, got the dub.
That attrition you have through going through your pitchers. That's really what's going to make the difference. Pittsburgh is typically loaded with a lot of good pitchers, so they're very fortunate when it comes to that.
Well, with that, we'll go ahead and see the championship ceremony. So I'll go ahead and toss it to PA. We'll be right back after this break for the 12U game.
To present the medal, local legend Wayne Metcalf. Your champion, out of Pittsburgh, St. Baker. Anthony. A. Dewey. Carson Farabi. Tripp Fox. Luke Gorman. Kyle Hammond. Abel Jackson. Andrew Coleman. Alex Ayler. Jackson Ayler. Bryce Ramsey. Nolan Dorrell. And John Warlock. Your manager, Daniel Delasega. Coaches, Ryan Friel and Jeremy Ayler.
Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. home of the 1106er, and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
This Little League International Tournament game is presented by the Morning Sun under the authority of Little League Baseball and Softball and may not be rebroadcast or retransmitted without the express written permission of Little League International, South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Visit Little League online at www.littleleague.org. Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org.
Welcome to Sun Sports Live. Welcome back for the 12U game. If you stayed with us through the 10U game, got to see a pretty exciting back half of that game. Pittsburgh taking the victory over Riverton. 15-3 was the final score. Now we've got Pittsburgh with the 12U facing off against Baxter for the state championship of this age group. I think we can expect, JJ, another really good game.
Yeah, I definitely think so. You know, there's a lot on the line with this one especially. So the winner of this game, if Pittsburgh is able to pull off a win, then they move on to Whitestown, Indiana. If Baxter is able to win tonight, then they'll come back on Monday since it's a double elimination tournament.
Yeah, and that's the road to Williamsport. So
yes.
Big stakes. You know, you don't want to come short in your road with the state championship game. Both of these teams, one of them is going to, but both of these teams have that same drive. They want to make it to that level, and Indiana's the next step. Like you said, should be a pretty good game. We're going to go ahead and step aside as we got the national anthem right around the corner, and we'll be right back after that.
And strive to win, but win or lose, I will always do my best. Let's play ball. Managers, please be the home plate.
So no national anthem, but we did step aside for that player pledge. Got the umpires and coaches taking the plate right now. Obviously, JJ, you've got your son in this game, kind of a little extra implication for you maybe.
Sure.
But talk about what it's been like watching this Pittsburgh team through this tournament so far and what you might be able to expect out of them.
Well, the Pittsburgh team, they've looked really good as we've come to expect from seeing them. So they've outscored their opponents 37-3 so far. Game one versus Riverton, they won 24-0. The other night, we played Baxter already. We were able to come out of that 13-3 with a 13-3 win on that. Baxter's a very tough team. They're well coached. They are great athletes. So I expect us to have a really good game ahead of us tonight.
I was going to call you biased, but the stats say, 37-3 outscoring your opponents. That's even an unbiased person can read that and say, yeah, I would say they've done pretty solid this season. So, just moments from the start of this game to get underway. Game start looks like about 8:45, so about what we predicted coming up for this one. And players taking the field, getting ready to kick this state championship off. And like you said, double elimination, which means that if Pittsburgh does lose this isn't it for them. They'll still come back on Monday and play in that if what game. And that will be the state championship.
Correct.
In that scenario. But if they win today, that's all it'll take for them to advance to the regional championship tournament. Looks like out on the mound, got Cummings.
Yep, Jace Cummings, fantastic pitcher. He pitched game 1 for Pittsburgh. Over 2 innings, he allowed 0 hits, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, no runs allowed.
0 hits and 3 strikeouts, pretty solid for 2 innings, especially in a game where he only gave up 3 runs total. So obviously Pittsburgh looking to, or in a game against a team where you've only given up 3 runs total, but looking to recreate that performance here today.
Right, yeah, because those runs, they don't carry over, do they? So.
Getting some good warm-ups. As we see the throw down to second, indicating first batter up to the plate. It'll be Augie Kerr. Kerr, the first to the plate. He'll be rocking second base when they get out into the field as he takes strike 1.
Yeah, Augie's a smart player, definitely a good ball player. He pitched for him on the first game against Pittsburgh.
0-1 count. Taking a slow windup, methodical almost. 1-1 count here for Kerr. Swing and a miss. First strike 2.
So one thing that I definitely have noticed about this Baxter team is they are patient at the plate. They make the pitcher pitch to you, so you're going to expect, hopefully, Pittsburgh is going to see a lot of strikes through Cummings here.
Ground ball to the third baseman. Shortstop gets behind him, and the throw to first wouldn't have been in time anyways, but escapes the glove. And that'll be a first leadoff single for Augie Kerr. Look at that diving effort from the third baseman, and great awareness by the shortstop to back him up. Brings up Ryder Lunderman. Pop fly just outside of the infield. Shortstop brings it home, and Kerr will relay back to first.
Dylan Spencer, nice catch there. And one thing about this field is the field level from infield to outfield. There is a small hill there, so that's something you have to negotiate as you're playing infield. Spencer did a fantastic job of getting that done.
Yeah, navigating that is no small feat, especially when you're going backwards. It can be really easy to trip over your legs, but makes a good captain call. Calls off the center and left fielder and makes the play. Great play by the shortstop. Hunter Berry now stepping in for his first at-bat. Runner on first and 1 out after the fly ball. Outside for ball 1. Lundy, the catcher, eyeing down first base. Cummings delivers the 1-0. Ground ball to the first baseman. It catches the heel of Kerr, which will mean he's out. Ball being in play and not having touched a fielder, that will be an out for Kerr. Unfortunate positioning, trying to get a jump on that ball, and tough position.
Yeah.
That's just not much you can do in that situation, because if you stop and you let it go in front of you, you risk getting thrown out at second.
He made a great jump. He nearly missed him, but
just caught the ankle. Cummings to McClintock. And the out at second in time. That'll wrap up the top of the first. No runs scored so far for Baxter. We'll see if Pittsburgh will be the first to strike here on Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Back for the bottom of the first. Brighton McClintock will be on the mound for Baxter. Behind the plate is Callan Baldwin. He'll be receiving the pitches from McClintock. And Pittsburgh, like I said, going into the break, looking to be the first to strike. JJ, give us a little bit of a read on this. Are they an early game team or more of a late game team like we saw out of the 10U?
So on our first game that we had against Riverton, they came out of the gate. They came out quick. They scored 7 runs in the first inning, so great start there. Now, the second game against Baxter, the team we have here tonight, definitely started off a lot slower. Augie Kerr was the starting pitcher for him that night. I believe he went 3 up, 3 down to start the game off, so it definitely took us a little longer to get our gears moving.
So it looks like it's up to the defense to kind of decide on whether or not Pittsburgh will be the first to strike. Dylan Spencer steps in, righty. And McClintock bringing some heat on that pitch. That was quick.
Yeah, tall kid, nice long levers, able to deliver a good fastball. Oh,
using the whip of his arm to get that ball around. It is coming in with some velocity. Maybe a discussion as to whether or not it caught his bat or hands. Are they ruling it a foul? No, 2-0. 2-0 count. 3-0 now after that. Oh, excuse me, 2-1. 2-1 count.
Okay.
So I think they ruled that second pitch a foul ball. Spencer even a little bit confused. He's going to take a step out and recollect. Here's the 2-1 from McClintock. Spencer right back to him. Bobbled a little bit, but the flip to first in time. That was a great play by McClintock, following the bobble and barehanding it to the first baseman.
Yeah, we talked a little bit in the first game, some of the differences in equipment you'll see. You know, these USA bats that we're seeing tonight definitely don't have the pop that the triple you have.
First pitch to Wachter. Jamison Wachter batting in number 2 slot for this Pittsburgh team, starting it off 0-1. And just kind of I really can't begin to praise the speed that McClintock is putting on this ball. These batters even having some trouble keeping up with it. A little bit late on the swing there from Wachter. We'll see if he can catch the timing. 0-2 pitch. Right back to the shortstop. Fielded cleanly. And the transition to first in time. 2 gone. That'll be 2 for 2 on the defensive side for Baxter. But some hard base running out of Pittsburgh as well. They've been making it close over there on first. Crew Jacquino.
Yeah, he comes into tonight's game with 6 at-bats, 3 hits, 2 walks, 1 RBI. He's got 3 stolen bases, though, so far.
Bit of a speedster here. Somebody that even on a infield grounder could possibly make his way to first, given the opportunity. 1-1 counts, and that'll be popped out of play. Free popsicle for somebody. 1-2 count. Fouled away. Keeps Jacquino at the plate.
Yeah, Crew's doing a great job of staying in there, fighting it off. And, it was going, pitch count was really low for McClintock initially, but now it's starting to work up a little bit more.
1-2. Jacquino right back to the third baseman and makes his way past the glove. An awkward bounce puts it into left field, and now he's rounding second. Headed for third. The throw is in time, but off the glove. Jacquino puts himself on third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
Big timely hit from Crew. That's what he was looking to do. He is a great hitter.
Great awareness on the bases as well to get around in time. And here he goes for home. Scoring the first run of the game. Jacquino steals home. What seemed like it was going to be 2 quick half innings. All of a sudden, all it takes is one batter to get all the way around the bases. This is Jace Cummings now up to bat.
Yeah, Jace comes in tonight leading the team in hits. He's got, in 6 at-bats, 4 hits, 1 walk.
Got to say, he's got a strong horizontal cut. Looks like a great contact hitter as he takes a strong cut there. 2-1 is the count as it stands.
Yeah, Jace was one of our players that was involved in the home run derby you saw in the All-Star game.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. McClintock catching him with some off speed there.
Great pitch.
From the windup, 2-2 on its way. Just low for ball 3.
Full count now. 2 outs. Pressure's definitely on both of these guys.
Here it is. And at the hips of Cummings as he will take his base.
Jace kind of looked like a rubber band man there. The way he pulled his hips out. The ball just kind of went right where he had been.
Yeah, just bent around it, essentially. Cummings takes first, and now it'll be Reed Wachter at the plate.
Five RBIs on the tournament for Reed.
One count, 2 outs, and a runner on first is the situation here in the bottom of the first. McClintock with the pitch. Fouled away. And just the difference that it has made in 2 batters. McClintock's pitch count up to 21 as opposed to the other side. Cummings only had 8 in the first inning.
Yeah, the way the inning started, it definitely looked like his pitch count was going to stay low, but Pittsburgh's done a good job of working the pitch count.
2-2 counts, 2 outs. Wachter settles in. McClintock winds up. This is popped into right field. A little blooper takes it off the hill.
Yep.
I thought it may have gotten loose of the right fielder, but great play out there.
Yeah, right fielder adjusted to that bounce that it took off of the hill. Really, I mean, probably ended up saving him a run off of that. Great job.
That's Blaze Wilson. And like you said, great awareness, good read off of the ground. You know that there's that lip and fields it rather than predicting the hop. Yeah, and very well could have saved a run or rather Wachter getting in scoring position to score another. This will be Corbin Ferris, who takes strike one.
For game one, Corbin was actually hit for the cycle. He faced 3 different pitchers, was hit all 3 times. 2 nice pitches there from McClintock.
Back to back, outside zone. Here's the 0-2 from McClintock on its way. Looking inside this time, and that one won't catch it. 1-2.
I forgot to ask Corbin if he got his head shaved for this one. He said he plays his best after a fresh buzz cut.
Outside for ball 2. That one's just low. McClintock giving some nice views at a couple of pitches there, but Ferris with some great integrity.
Yeah, the pitchers definitely aren't far off. They're right in there. They're just a little bit outside.
Full count. Ferris, hard grounder back to McClintock, and the flip to first in time for out number 3. So Pittsburgh will put 1 on the board in first and take their lead at that, heading back into the field for the second. Baxter looks to score and strike back. Sun Sports Live.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Back for the top of the second. Pittsburgh put 1 on the board as they kept Baxter's score clean. Baxter will look to make that different here in the top of the second, as they are the away team. Due up for their lineup will be Camden Lacey, Blaze Wilson, and Jacoby Cox. They went through 4 batters in the first inning. See how many they go through in the second, as it looks like Cummings will remain on the mound. Swing and a miss for strike 1 on Lacey.
So Jason, he's got a lot of energy. He's able to go real deep into the game. I'd expect to probably see him for quite a while.
Up top for ball 1. One count for Lacey at the plate. Pitch on its way, just outside.
Kind of got off his fingers a little bad there.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. You talk about coming off the fingers. Cummings kind of coming in at like a 20-degree angle. Not quite sidearm or overhand, but just enough to maybe get a little bit of weird movement as he catches Lacey with some off speed. That was a great pitch by Cummings.
Yeah, the way his wrist comes through, it puts a different spin on the ball that you just don't see that often, and he does a great job of utilizing it.
Yeah, that one just hung up in the air on that last pitch, and Lacey out on his front foot. When you're sitting so deep in the box, think at this age, that short distance to the mound, you almost have to sit a little deep in the box.
Yeah.
And then the off speed is just that much more effective. Got Blaze Wilson, right fielder, stepping in. 1-1 counts to start things off for 23. Foul ball into the back fence. Will leave the count 1-2. One gone, no runners on. Cummings delivers. In the dirt for ball 2. Two on its way. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Cummings gathers a strikeout. And now Jacoby Cox will step in. Tall batter, maybe switching up the height of the strike zone here for Cummings. See how he adjusts. That one just a bit outside and low. One-0. Cummings with a nice looking pitch on that.
Yeah.
Cox wanted nothing to do with it. Didn't
Made
even
just
budge.
a minor adjustment from that first pitch to that one, and it landed in the strike zone. Good pitch.
Here's the 1-1. Ball 2 as Cummings starts to settle into this count. About even as it stands, 2-1. Outside for ball 3. Cummings really chasing that outside corner, trying to keep it away from Cox. Probably anticipating a heavy hitter out of him. And ball 4. It looked like of those pitches that were outside of the zone were in the same exact spot.
Yeah.
It looked like Cummings was really trying to maybe bring it an inch closer into that zone. Had the consistency, just couldn't quite find.
And it could be just a minor adjustment that he makes here. Maybe he switches where he pitches from the mound, or just holding his shoulder still just for a little while longer, and it'll bring the ball back into the strike zone.
The runner on first, 2 outs, and he delivers strike 1. This is Callan Baldwin. Oh, 1 on its way. Outside for ball 1. Cox doesn't even take a lead. One count. Cummings comes set and delivers. Strike 2.
Good looking pitch there from Jace. Looks like he might have changed the speed up just a little bit on that one.
One, 2. Low for ball 2. Baldwin kind of setting in here. Two on its way. Grounder to the first baseman. Cox makes the jump, but
Nearly had
great,
an identical play.
I
from
was
the-
about to say, Wachter ends up fielding it and tagging first. Maybe what would have happened if in the first inning it hadn't hit Kerr, but nice contact out of Baldwin. Just couldn't get it done. We'll head to the bottom of the second here on Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan. We'll be right back. At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
And we're back for the bottom of the second. 1-0 is the score. Pittsburgh leads after their first inning performance, and 4 batters an inning for Baxter just hasn't been the trick. Haven't been able to get anybody fully around. See if later on in this game they can start to figure out the base running and bat those base runners all the way home. It'll be Stiles Stroud.
Woody's a smart hitter. His nickname is Woody from the movie Toy Story. But he's a really good ball player, smart hitter.
McClintock delivers, and it'll be 2-0 count for Stroud. 2-0 on its way, and that one can't find the zone either.
Well, I tell you, I'm glad that I'm not a batter right now, because these pitches that McClintock's throwing, like, I'd be swinging at them.
Mm-hmm.
They're good-looking pitches.
Smart batters for this Pittsburgh team, and McClintock starting to work his way back into this one. 3-1 count. Finds the zone again. Back-to-back good pitches. We'll see if he can roll this momentum into the next pitch. 3-2. Full count with Stroud at the plate. Grounder to the third baseman, and it gets past him. Base hit for Stroud. Leaves him on first. You can see right there, just barely gets under the glove of Cox. Wasn't able to field that one. Ball in the dirt, makes its way away from the catcher. Wurzburger.
Home run derby champ. There is Colton.
It's true.
Comes into tonight's game, 3 hits, 3 RBIs.
Starts it off with a 2-0 count. Not much better you can be faced with after 2 pitches. Really feeling comfortable in that box and looking for something that is right in your wheelhouse. McClintock delivers strike 1.
I went to the Pittsburgh batting practice yesterday, and Colton was able to poke one out of the PSU softball field during batting practice. Real good hitter.
3-1 for the power hitter, and that one escapes McClintock again. Advances Stroud to third. And Wurtzberger on first now with Cohen Lundy taking the plate, and we're going to see our first mound visit for Baxter.
It's like McClintock's pointing into his throwing arm a little bit there. I don't know if he's having a little bit of pain or he maybe just pointing to it for some other reason.
Well, I'm sure Coach is coming out there to give him a little bit of pep talk, say, what are you thinking, 10, 20 pitches, or are you thinking call it now?
Yeah, my guess is when McClintock does come out, we'll see number 12, Augie Kerr, step in for him. He ended up cooling down a little bit finally.
Yes, much cooler with the sun gone down, not as much of a UV problem.
Right.
But still that looming ground heat adding to the temperature. Lundy squares up to bunt and pulls back in time for ball one. Wurtzberger takes second and Stroud stays on third. So now two runners in scoring position. As Lundy takes strike one.
It's like Colton opted for the baseball shorts out there on second base.
Rolled them up real high. Got to be able to free your knees, man.
Yeah. Unencumbered there.
2-1 count for Lundy at the plate. McClintock from the windup over the head of Lundy for ball three.
Pittsburgh boys sporting some matching helmets. They look real good.
Ground ball back up the middle. Scores Stroud, and Wurtzberger will check up on third with Lundy standing on second for a double.
Good rip by Cohen to not only get a runner in, advance the second one to third base, and he ends up on second for himself.
Does a little celebration over there on second. Nice looking double for that young man as 0 outs and still two runners in scoring positions. Andrew Akins stepping into the box. Takes strike one.
Andrew was hit by a pitch on the first game, and it landed right in the middle of the back. The thud was so hard that both sides of the field, you could hear the parents, everyone's at the same time saying, ooh, and it was a heck of a sound.
Yeah, that back, not much protecting it at this age.
No.
Arms in the back, those are really the most vulnerable parts. You know, leg.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Leg, obviously you don't want the head or neck,
well, no.
But yeah, that kind of goes without saying. Leg or foot, not too bad. Akins, grounder to second baseman. He'll get thrown out at first, but not without an RBI. Wurtzberger comes home for the third run for Pittsburgh. 3-0 lead, and looking to follow suit will be Ryder Gomez.
Another member of the Home Run Derby Club.
Gomez just looking to put this one in play to bring home another run and double their lead from last inning. Or quadruple, excuse me. They only had one.
You know, Ryder's only got one hit so far in this tournament, but the way he swings the bat, when he does make contact, he really makes contact. So I know that he's hungry for one. Let's see if he can get one.
1-0 count for Gomez. McClintock behind him. Pass ball.
Nearly struck the bat of Gomez there as he leaned back to.
Catcher Baldwin was breaking on it immediately. Keeps the runner at bay. Lundy on third. 3-0 count now for Gomez.
You see.
And outside for ball 4. Gomez. I was interested to see if we'd witness that same kind of situation from the 10U game. We're on the walk with 1 out, rounding first to maybe draw a throw to second, and runner comes home. Nothing there, though. We'll see if Gomez decides to steal. Maverick Arnett shows bunt early. Inside for ball 1. Good jump by the infield, though, to notice the bunt.
I think Maverick knows a thing or two about hitting and stealing bases. His sister is Heather Arnett from Pitt State.
Ground ball back to the pitcher. McClintock flips it to first. Out there, and Lundy's safe at home. Puts 4 on the board for Pittsburgh. And now brings up a familiar name, Cash Carlinger.
Yeah, so Cash pitched the game the other night. 3 innings, ended up surrendering 0 hits, 0 runs, 7 strikeouts.
Pretty nice showing for the young man. Starts it off 1-0. 2 outs and a runner on third. Swing and a miss for strike 1. One, McClintock from the windup. Delivers strike 2. Good looking pitch out of McClintock right there on the inside. Not a lot of batters wanting to swing at that. 1-2 on its way, and Carlinger. Drop third strike, throw down to first. Will bring out number 3 to wrap up the bottom of the second. Pittsburgh puts on 3 in the second inning, brings the lead 4-0 as they head back into the field. Baxter with some work left to do on the batting side of things. We'll see if they can do it after this break on Sun Sports Live.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
How is it so fast?
With Crawken's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Back on for the top of the third. 4-0 is the score. Pittsburgh leading after the first 2. Baxter having some trouble at the plate. They've gone through 8 batters and have only seen 2 base runners. JJ, at this point in the game, kind of I would say the moving point where you start to make your adjustments to really kind of wrap up this, to carry into the end of the game is what I was trying to say. What do you think is going through the head of this Baxter team?
So at this point, this is Jace's 3rd inning out there. They've got to see him for 2 innings. They've got an idea of his speed, how the ball's going to go, the direction of it. They definitely have more of an opportunity here to take advantage of seeing that. So we'll see how it goes now.
will be Zane Sneed. First up. And we'll see, especially once you get back to that top of the lineup, I think that really starts to apply once these guys personally have experienced a full at-bat with Cummings.
Right. You have a better understanding of how the ball's moving.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. Sneed taking a hard cut there. Sits with an 0-2. Outside for ball 1. Two follows as Cummings trying to get Sneed to chase.
Yeah.
Sneed's backed off that plate quite a bit. I don't know if that outside pitch is super enticing for him. Now Cummings goes for the inside.
Yeah.
Close one there. 3-2 count. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Cummings delivers one right down the middle and wraps up that at bat.
That makes 3 strikeouts now for Jace. You know, Jace is a kid that you never see him get flustered. He goes through the entire game, and you don't even necessarily, you can't tell what his emotions are until after the game. Then he has a big smile on his face. And real fun player, and I've coached him before. Great kid to have on your team. He's a leader.
Well, what I liked about that at-bat is he got up 0-2, tried to play around with the corners a little bit, saw Sneed wasn't really biting, so he said, all right, I'm going to give you something right down the middle.
Yep.
We'll see if you can put it in play. And, you know, did just that through strikes, and that shows the accuracy of him. He can just kind of choose when to deliver that pitch. 1-1 counts as he faces Tyler Morgan. Morgan now with a 2-1 at the plate. Cummings on the 2-1. Outside, ball 3.
So now we need to see if Jace is going to adjust to it a little bit. We're trying the outside corner. Let's more than likely try to work the inside at some point here to set up that strike.
3-2. After the called strike. Full count, Cummings delivers. And that'll be ball 4 out and away. Puts Tyler Morgan on base. So Baxter continues with their on-base percentage per inning. Getting at least one on. Luke Yarbrough. One 0 count. Swing and a miss for strike 1. And Lundy was tempted to throw down to first there.
Yeah, he was.
Morgan getting a little aggressive, choppy feet.
So a different pitch there delivered by Jace, where typically they've been running glove side. That one goes straight down the middle.
Catches the outside for strike 2.
He's liking that area for sure. Thankfully for him, the umpire behind the plate also does. So
1-2. Cummings comes set. Delivers. Just out of the zone for ball 2. Standard formation here for Pittsburgh out in the field. Not any visible shift as Yarbrough takes strike 3. And heads back to the dugout. 2 gone with a runner on first.
4 strikeouts now for Cummings.
Bentley Christensen up now for Baxter. Swing and a miss for strike 1. After this will be the top of the lineup for Baxter Springs. Like we said, we talked about this at the beginning of the inning. Might be that shifting point that they're looking for in this game. Cummings outside for ball 1.
It does make a big difference. After you've seen the pitcher one time, you get up there and you can replay it in your head a little bit and go out there and you have a better chance of getting a hit.
1-1. Fouled away by Christensen for strike 2. One, two gone, and a runner on first. Cummings delivers strike 3. Loving that outside corner, and he's living there.
Yeah.
In the top of the third, as we wrap it up and head to the bottom, score's still 4-0. Baxter keeps their trend of 1 on, but no runs scored in each of the 3 innings. You're watching Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
Looking for the perfect spot near Pittsburgh State? Welcome to Crimson Villas. Just steps from Pitt State's campus, we make moving in nice and easy. Skip the laundromat, our on-site laundry room has you covered. And when you're done with your day, jump into the pool or relax in our large courtyard. Our pet-friendly apartments make sure your best friend or friends feel right at home. Choose from cozy 1-bed to roomy 3-bed layouts. Crimson Villas, convenient, fun, and affordable. Visit crimsonvillas.com or call the leasing office today to ask about move-in specials.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Back on for the bottom of the third. Here's a hard hit back up the middle. Spencer makes his way to first.
Oh, Dylan's just so fast.
Dylan Spencer right out of the break. Breaking for first. Brings up Jamison Wachter with a runner on, starting off this third inning hot.
So Spencer leads the team in stolen bases for the tournament.
This is popped up to the shortstop and reeled in. Ooh, right back to first, and Spencer probably would have benefited from a slide there.
Yeah, probably so. I think that's what Coach Akins is telling him right now.
Jack Winnow.
Tripled his last time at bat.
Man, first pitch cuts.
Yep.
Out of all 3 of these batters, Jack Winnow fouls this one off. But Spencer hit on his first. Wachter popped up on his first, and now Jack Winnow with an 0-1. Takes another cut, basically same spot. First strike 2.
Good pitches from McClintock to get him swinging.
Yeah, McClintock's definitely feeling a little bit better about that zone. I think sometimes when you get in these later numbers of pitches, ooh, good inside pitch for strike 3. Throw down to first for Spencer as he rounds second.
Going.
no hesitation and ends up on third, benefiting on the strike three for Jacquino.
Wow, 2 stolen bases there.
But like I was saying, I think when you get in these later pitch counts for these players, it's more so, it's not as much about painting the zone as it is just put it in play.
Yep.
Put it down the middle, just throw the strike.
You know, in game 1 against Baxter, I was really impressed with their defense, how well they did. So, I mean, McClintock can definitely just lean back on those guys behind him.
Cummings, check swing for strike one. Sits with an 0-1 counts. 2 gone and a runner on third, so base hit means a run. Takes strike 2.
Nice pitch there.
Yeah. That was kind of what I was saying is McClintock, I feel like, is not playing around with his zone anymore, just trying to put it down the middle. Seems to be rather beneficial thus far.
Yep.
See if Cummings can figure it out, though. 1-2 count. Two with a pitch in the dirt. And swing and a miss for strike 3. McClintock gathers the third out swiftly, and we head into the fourth. Probably our shortest inning so far in this game. We'll go ahead and take a break on Sun Sports Live. We'll be right back with the fourth inning. At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC.
Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org.
Top of the fourth, due up for the 12U state championship here in Kansas Little League. It'll be the top of the lineup exactly for Baxter as Augie Kerr boots up in that lefty batter's box. Talked about it in the previous inning. This is the second time around for these batters for Baxter, and with Jace Cummings remaining on the mound, we'll see if they've figured out how to crack the code here. Kerr sees strike 2. Be an 0-2 count to start off. Cummings winds up. And, oof, Kerr wears it on the back. JJ, tell us a little about the mental of a pitcher. You know, you go up 0-2 in a count, and then you have a hit by pitch. What maybe that can do, if that's motivating or if that's something that you just got to rub off the shoulders.
It pays to have a short memory as a pitcher. And especially when you're talking about 11, 12-year-olds or 9 and 10s, when you hit a batter, it's got a little bit of an emotional thing, but it's something they've got to put it out of their mind and move on to the next batter.
1-0 count with a runner on first. Ball gets away from Lundy and puts Kerr on second. Might be the spark that Baxter needed to ignite here. You got your leadoff hitters up to bat with your number 1 slot on base. Certainly looking to cut the deficit at least down by 1 with Kerr in scoring position. 3-0 count for Lunderman. Cummings delivers. Outside for ball 4, and Lunderman gets to take his base. And we'll see a quick mound visit out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Coach Walker's going to go out there. He's just going to go break it down for him a little bit, reassure him, and get him back to throwing strikes.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services, specializing in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166 or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
Well, you know you're at a hometown ball game when they play the chicken dance between innings. Did you hear that?
I did. I was surprised I even remembered how to do the dance.
That's one I don't think I'll ever forget. I played drums in my dad's band, a polka band, for a long time. That was one of the main requests we got.
Hunter Berry steps in with no outs and 2 on. Double play potential here for Pittsburgh is probably what they're thinking out there in the field. Popped up into right. This gets over the head of the outfielders, and Berry will be headed for second. Kerr reaches home, and you've got runners on second and third with Berry and Lunderman.
Big hit there.
And hits a Karate Kid celebration after.
Baxter now on the board. You're breathing life into him. 3 runs certainly not insurmountable.
No outs, and the momentum shift is almost visible here on this field right now. Baxter only down by 3, and this one's popped off the glove. Lunderman scores and keeps Berry on third with a nice hit out of McClintock. Cuts the deficit in half. Camden Lacey the righty, stepping in. Takes a hard cut at the first pitch. And this Baxter team, when you start seeing kids load up and ready to swing on the first pitch, you can tell that confidence is booming through the dugout.
Yeah.
This is popped up towards left field and heads out of play.
Popsicle ball there.
Good movement by third, short, and left, all getting probably within range of catching that ball. 0-2 counts. Cummings delivers, and this is popped into right. Over the head of the outfielder. Lacey's headed for third. And they tag him out on the way.
2 runs get in there for him. They only tie the ball game up.
A 2-run RBI. Lacey hesitated, but I think they didn't know if they were throwing to first or not. And now Blaze Wilson, with empty bases and 1 out, will step in to follow. 4-4 is the game. Low and inside for ball one as Cummings will have to start to settle in. Talk about figuring it out on the second time around on the at-bats.
Yeah.
Baxter has certainly done so here in the fourth. One counts. Wilson. Gets ball two. Cummings. With the 2-1. Delivers. Right back to him.
Tough bounce.
Bounces over his head. And a misplay. Oh, that's just a tough read out there in the field for Pittsburgh. Gets barely over the head of Cummings, and then second and short collapse and reach the ball at the same time. Creates a bit of a debacle in the middle of the infield, and that'll be it for Jace Cummings. He'll make a quick switch. Between innings, be sure to knock your watch troubles out of the park at Bud's Jewelry in Pittsburgh. With expert cleaning, part replacement, repairs, and seal testing, Bud's Jewelry offers hometown service that's a home run. Visit us at 701 North Broadway Street in Pittsburgh. It'll be Ryder Gomez. Stepping in now with one out and a runner on first.
Yeah, Ryder's a fireballer. He's going to throw it in nice and hard. Try to fill the strike zone up.
Start to get into the back half of the game, and movement really starting now at this point. I said it, that moving inning was more so the third, but I feel like this has certainly been the big shift.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see, once Pittsburgh does make it back to the dugout, how they're going to respond. Worrying about them out in the field right now, though, as Jacoby Cox starts it off with an 0-1 against the new pitcher, Gomez. Gomez from the stretch. Delivers strike two off the foul ball. Oh, 0-2 counts for Jacoby Cox.
Ryder shaking a call off from the catcher.
And this will be a grounder in the gap.
Looks like they could have had a play there at first. Possibly just base wasn't covered, so not able to make that throw.
And a great hit by Jacoby Cox. Finds
perfect placement
the
there.
gap in between second and first, right into right field. And, you can see right fielder looking to first for the play. It just wasn't quite covered with that being a gap shot. Brings up Callan Baldwin, making it through about 2/3 of the lineup so far in this inning alone for Baxter. Prior to this, every inning they'd only batted 4 batters.
Yeah, big inning for them.
This is popped up in the infield and brought in.
Jamison Walker with a nice catch there. 2 outs now.
Can be real easy to lose your composure on those routine plays in a rough inning like this. So nice to see that players out there in the field are still pretty dialed in. Zane Sneed. Sees ball one. Up top for ball two. Gomez trying to find his stride here. Three-0 count. And in the dirt for ball four. Tyler Morgan. Bases loaded and 2 outs. Big potential for both of these teams. Swing and miss for strike one.
Good pitch from Gomez. It was a really good swing there.
Oh, 1. Gomez comes set and delivers. Grounder back up the middle. Fielded by Spencer and tags second for the third out.
Get that easy one.
So Baxter brings it back to a tie ball game in the top of the fourth. Pittsburgh will look to take back the lead in the bottom. You're watching Sun Sports Live, presented by Crocan.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
Sun Sports Live is presented by Crocan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get Gigabit, the fastest internet in Southeast Kansas, with Crocan. To learn more about everything Crocan has to offer, visit ckt.net. Big thanks to our presenting sponsor for making this happen, especially for these Little Leaguers who I know were real excited to be able to watch themselves on a live stream, and parents and grandparents at home as well who couldn't visit, as well as other extended family being able to watch them live as well.
Yeah, after that All-Star game, how many comments I had from parents saying as soon as they got home, you know, their players are going home and turning on YouTube and watching the game. They had a great time.
I'm sure had I played when Little League, if this was going on, I'd have been doing this same thing.
Good movement on that last pitch. Started out of the zone and ended up in it.
Yeah, McClintock remains in. Although at 71 pitches, this is a hard grounder down the third base line and makes its way foul. Brings the count 1-2. Here's the 1-2 on its way. Low and away for ball two. Fought off by Wachter. Keeps it 2-2. Three-two count now for Wachter. as McClintock delivers. Low for ball 4.
Yeah, Reed there, he's another fast kid, runs a lot like a gazelle. Like, you give him a shot, and he's going to try to go to second here.
Ferris up next with a mound visit due out of Baxter. At Fort Stace Printing, we deliver full-service print solutions from envelopes, forms, business stationery, posters, and more. No project is too big or too small. Your image is our business. Visit forstateprinting.com for more information. Clean count for Ferris, the lefty, with a runner on first and no outs. Ferris squares up and sees strike 1. Looking to lay down a bunt. McClintock now up to 77 in the pitch count. It's only a matter of time, I would believe, before he's probably seen.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't make a pitching change at that last meeting, but at the same time, he's throwing a great game. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
1-1. Ferris squares up again. This one makes its way out, but not in play. 1-2 now for Ferris. McClintock, swing and a miss for strike 3 on Ferris. And that'll be out number 1. Here
comes Styles now, the movie maker. He made a 31-minute movie about dinosaurs.
About dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Hard hit ball down the first base line, makes its way foul. For Stroud, 0-1 counts. Wonder what his favorite dinosaur would be.
That's Velociraptor, right?
Oh, well, probably. That's a pretty good one. Big Ankylosaur fan myself as Wachter takes second, and he's thrown out. McClintock.
Heads up play from McClintock to get that ball back there. Tag. As fast as Reed is, still just a step too late.
Oh, and you can see the reaction on that replay out of Stroud. He was hoping for the save call, but man, a great throw and a great tag.
Oh, yeah.
At that. So now 2 gone with a 2-1 count now. At the head of Stroud for ball 3.
Yeah, this should be the final pitch for McClintock here. He's going to be at 85 pitches for the game. He is able to finish this batter, I believe.
Oh, and that will be
that's one way to go.
The finishing note for McClintock, more than likely. Yeah, that is one way to go. Take a man with you.
Yeah.
Stroud makes his way down to first. And it'll be a pitching change. We'll see who they go to.
I'm going to have to assume they're going to go with number 12 here, Augie Kerr. He threw on the first game, did a great job. Yeah.
And it is going to be number 12, Augie Kerr.
Throws hard, super accurate.
He's got a real traditional form to his windup. It's Nothing too fancy. He's not trying to put any extra juice on it. It's just standard.
Yep.
We'll see if he can follow up a pretty solid performance out of McClintock.
Yeah.
Only giving up 4 runs in the 3.2 innings. He'll get to face Wurtzberger as his first batter, and that'll be followed by Lundy and Akins. Wurtzberger, like we said, the home run derby champion, nearly knocked one out at Pitt State softball field during that home run derby. Hit the top white line.
Yep.
I mean, it was mere inches.
Yeah.
With the right wind, that one certainly would have gone over. And this one's high fly ball. Sticking in the infield, and that'll be out number 3 to wrap up the bottom of the 4th. And I gotta say, I think Baxter's rolling with this momentum here. They're looking real strong on the bats and out in the field. We'll see if Pitt can respond on defense and how these next 2 innings go on Sun Sports Live. Be right back.
Looking for the perfect spot near Pittsburgh State? Welcome to Crimson Villas. Just steps from Pitt State's campus, we make moving in nice and easy. Skip the laundromat, our on-site laundry room has you covered. And when you're done with your day, jump into the pool or relax in our large courtyard. Our pet-friendly apartments make sure your best friend or friends feel right at home. Choose from cozy 1-bed to roomy 3-bed layouts. Crimson Villas, convenient, fun, and affordable. Visit crimsonvillas.com or call the leasing office today to ask about move-in specials.
At American Bank, we've been part of communities since 1917. Here, our team knows your name, not just your account number. We offer hometown service, making your banking experience personal. From small business loans to savings accounts, we're proud to help local dreams grow. Rooted in Southeast Kansas, we're here for you today and for generations to come. American Bank of Baxter Springs. Visit us in person or online at AmericanBankBaxter.com. Member FDIC. Back for the top of the 5th. 2 innings remain in this ball game. 4-4 is the score. And like we said, leading up into this game, if Baxter does end up taking the victory, there will be a final championship game on Monday. So this is not the be-all, end-all for Pittsburgh in total. But certainly they'd love to put this one away and bag it up on a Saturday rather than a Monday.
Sure.
Write your ticket as soon as possible. Ryder Gomez on the mound for Pittsburgh. Be ball 1 for Luke Yarbrough. Too high for ball 2. Two-one count now.
Ryder's able to find the zone there.
Nice find. Oof. Close pitch there for Gomez. Just barely outside, I think. 3-1. And that one's called for strike 2. Brings the count full for Gomez and Yarbrough.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing a different strike zone in this game than what we saw from the initial game.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Yarbrough takes a hard cut, but it's not enough. Gomez gathers the first out, and that's a nice confidence boost. You get into a new inning, new situation.
Yeah, looming large though is you're getting to the top of the order now for Baxter. Once your next batter, it's their very top of the order again.
This is popped up to the right and out of play for strike one. Yeah, this is Bentley Christensen, who's up to bat now. Sitting with a 1-1 count. This is the bottom of the order, so like you said, top of the order right around the corner. Inside for ball two, excuse me. And Gomez up into that 20 for pitches now. Oof, another close one. Three-one counts. Gomez trying to find the spot here. And does so there. Brings the count back to full. Getting deja vu on back-to-back at-bats. Yeah, I mean, I've nearly called them identical. Full count and strike three.
And Gomez showing a little excitement out there. He said, I got 2 outs now. Let's get this last one. Get back up to bat.
And you love to see it. Getting excited about the strikeout and showing a little emotion, you know.
Yeah, hopefully that carry him into this. Now we're back to the top of the lineup for Baxter. Yeah, some big-time hitters coming up.
Pitcher versus pitcher now with Augie Kerr stepping in. Talked about it a little in the Hutchinson All-Star game, and we talked about maybe the advantage of the pitcher's eye when you're at the plate. You think that's still kind of a factor, even having thrown only one pitch if you're Augie Kerr?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Augie pitches a lot, so it's just sort of built in, I think, at this point.
2-1 count for Kerr at the plate. Gomez finds strike two. 2-2 with 2 gone and no runners on. And just outside for ball 3.
Trying to get him to chase one a little bit there.
I like the selection.
Yeah.
Oof. Got away from him. Up top for ball 4. Brings up Lunderman now with a runner on first. I was going to say, Gomez was on track for defensively the most efficient inning out of Pittsburgh so far, but now with a chance to tie it for one of the most efficient innings. Throw down to first.
Nice catch by Reed there.
Yeah, good awareness by Proctor over there on first base. Very well could have turned into an extra base or two for Kerr. Lunderman cuts away at strike 1. One. Pitch on its way. Count advances to 2-1. Up top for ball 3. Gomez will look to work his way back into this count. Lunderman looking to keep this inning rolling and move some momentum in their favor. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Big swing.
That was a low pitch, too.
Yep.
That easily get under it, drop your hips, and turn into it. That could have easily gone some good distance. Full count pitch on its way. Gomez gets the strikeout. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Gomez collects 3 on the inning. And we'll head into the bottom of the 5th. 4-4 still the score as Pittsburgh will look to break the tie on Sun Sports Live, presented by Crochan.
Since 1968, Riddell Underground has been serving the region in underground utility services. We specialize in underground communications, water, electrical, and sewer installation and repair. Through our no-dig installation process, we can provide a clean solution to all your underground needs. Give us a call at 620-231-7166, 620-231-7166, or find us on Facebook today. Riddell Underground is proud to support local athletics.
How is it so fast?
With Crochan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Baxter takes the field now as Pittsburgh will look to rattle the bats here in the bottom of the 5th. Citizens Bank of Weir has served our small town since 1892. Step inside and feel the welcoming smiles of neighbors who know your name. From checking and loans to online and mobile banking, real hometown service meets modern convenience. Citizens Bank of Weir. Friendly personal banking in the heart of Weir.
Interesting game music. We go from the chicken dance to the notorious B.I.G. You gotta love it.
I mean, whatever keeps that dopamine rolling in these kids' veins. And Lundy finds a gap. Nice poke by Lundy. Finds himself on first with a leadoff single.
2 hits on the day for Cohen.
Brings up Andrew Akins.
Great dive by the second baseman, nearly had it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great effort plays by these infielders out of the 10U teams and the 12U teams. And I got to say, I love to see it because you don't see a lot of those, you know, watching college or even pros. And here's a throw down to second. Slide in for Lundy. Creates a little bit of contact, but he gets up in due time with a smile on his face. Akins was reaching for that bunt, too. I think he was trying to get it down by any means necessary. Yeah. Knew that steal call was coming in. Check swing. Did he go? I don't think so. Or at least they didn't call it. So 1-1 count now as Lundy advances to third. Big movements here by Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's looking to get that momentum shift back into their favor a little bit here.
Playing pretty aggressive on the bases. Taking some high percentage steals. They checked down to first base to see if he went. They said he did not, so count remains 1-1 for Akins. This one's back up the middle. Reeled in by second base.
Great play.
Yeah, phenomenal effort leaving the feet. Looks like, can't quite see on this card who's at second. It was Augie Kerr at the beginning, but it looks like Camden Lacey now has come in. I believe that's a 6 on his uniform. We'll say Lacey for now, and if we find out later that we're wrong, we'll adjust.
Yeah, regardless of the name, what a play.
Yeah.
There you go, 6, yep.
This brings up Ryder Gomez. Faced off against... Got a little bit of a pause here. Faced off against Kerr the other way around when Gomez was pitching. And ended up, I believe, sending him to first. While they gather on the mound, go ahead and thank our presenting sponsor, Crochan once more. Sun Sports Live is presented by Crochan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get Gigabit, the fastest internet in southeast Kansas with Crochan. Learn more about what they have to offer. Visit ckt.net. That play out at first, but scores a run with Lundy. Sacrifice ground ball for Ryder Gomez, as it'll go in the book.
A big RBI there.
Yeah, huge RBI, and a great effort by Kerr. You could see it initially. He wanted to go home with it, but said, hey, I got to get the easy out here at first. Good integrity and smart plays out in the field by the pitcher. Brings up Maverick Arnett. Arnett check swing, makes contact. Ends up foul for 1-1 count. Kerr from the windup, and this one will be back out. Kerr reels it in for out number 3. Headed into the 6th inning. Pittsburgh will have the lead 5-4. They will be 3 outs from claiming this state championship. They can do it defensively, but if need be, they'll have the bottom of the 6th on their side. Sun Sports Live will be right back with the 6th inning.
When the whistle blows and it's time to play, the best way to end your day at SEK is at Shooters, Neighborhood Grill and Bar in Frontenac. Home of the 1106er and the best steak tips in town. Cold drinks, friendly service, and the freshest, locally sourced and cooked to perfection menu around. Shooters Neighborhood Bar and Grill. Check out their menu on Facebook or call in your order now at 620-308-5983. Shooters, downtown Frontenac.
Looking for the perfect spot near Pittsburgh State? Welcome to Crimson Villas. Just steps from Pitt State's campus, we make moving in nice and easy. Skip the laundromat, our on-site laundry room has you covered. And when you're done with your day, jump into the pool or relax in our large courtyard. Our pet-friendly apartments make sure your best friend or friends feel right at home. Choose from cozy 1-bed to roomy 3-bed layouts. Crimson Villas, convenient, fun, and affordable. Visit crimsonvillas.com or call the leasing office today to ask about move-in specials.
Top of the 6th. Like I said, 3 outs for Pittsburgh means victory. If need be, they'll have the bottom of the 6th to do the dirty work with the bats. But obviously, they're wanting to get out of here swiftly, get home, have their victory ice cream probably, and
I'm sure.
Call it a day. On the other hand, Baxter looking to fight back in, hold off in the bottom of the 6th, and then come back and win on Monday. That's their plan. Certainly not out of reach. Gomez remains on the mound.
Yeah, Ryder's pitching a great game so far.
Hunter Berry at the plate with an 0-2 after 2 hard cuts. Inside for ball 1. One-two, pitch on its way. Gomez searching for that outside corner, can't quite grab it. Ball 2 brings 2-2 count.
There you go.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Gomez gathers the first.
You know, with as hard as Ryder throws, I think a lot of time, rather than trying to paint the corners, you just throw it right down the middle and depend on your velocity to take care of the batter. He's really good at doing that. If he stays there, I think he's going to be just fine.
I think a lot of times as well, if you aim for that down the middle with this age, you end up almost kind of painting the corners a little bit just because of inaccuracy. I had no shade on these players, but they've done a great job on the mound. I think we've seen phenomenal performances out of 12 and 10Us today as we see McClintock safe at first. Look at that one once more. Nice play on the defensive, but just couldn't quite get it to first in time. Good read. That's a tough ball to field as cleanly as they did out there at short. I believe that's Ferris who did so. Popped up and out of play.
Yeah, Lacey's got 2 RBIs on the game so far. I'm sure he wouldn't mind getting a third here.
Be a little tougher with runner being on first. But we have seen a triple so far today, so not out of the question. This one goes the opposite direction. Foul balls, both the right field and left field side. Lacey batting in the 5-hole. You know he's got some power in his belt. Oof. Off the helmet. Shakes it off. Looks all right.
Yeah. Hop right back in. There you go, kid.
Tough kid out there on the plate, showing some mental and physical toughness, but Gomez gathers strike 3 regardless.
All right, I think at this point now, Pittsburgh, you're 1 out away from winning this thing, but you got to remain calm because 1 out, you can do a lot with 1 out.
And not only calm, but you got to stay focused. Can't give up anything too easy. You've only got 1 run of space, so not a lot of give in this game. And McClintock certainly is probably going to be getting aggressive on the bases.
I would think so, yeah. You have to be careful, though. Cohen Lundy's a heck of a catcher. He can make those throws.
Ground ball down the right field side, or first base side, rather, will end up foul, 1-1 count. Got to think at some point there might be like a line where Coach says we got to send McClintock and take the chance, you know.
Yeah, there's no game tomorrow if not.
2-1 counts. Gomez. They check down to first. See if he went. He did not.
Inside there.
Wilson with a 3-1. Lundy eyeing down McClintock on first.
You know, if I'm right or Gomez here, I'm just going to try to put one down the middle.
Gomez up top will walk Wilson. Walk isn't terrible there. I think it doesn't kind of kill you momentum-wise. You know, it can be a little shattering for pitchers, I think, at times, but this mound visit should help if they're not making a change, which would surprise me a little bit if they do make a change at this point in the game. Gomez has been pitching pretty solid for this inning. 2 strikeouts and only 2 on bases given up. One was just kind of a transition play that didn't happen at the speed it needed to, and then the other just a walk. Nothing too crazy happening out there in the field. Feel like you give him the chance here on at least this batter and see what he can do. If things seem like they're falling apart, readdress.
That's right.
Jacoby Cox.
A walk and a hit so far today.
Hard hit ball down the first base line. Whew. Talk about some velocity on that. Had it been in fair territory, that would have been a very dangerous hit. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Right now, I look like Jameson Walker's telling him right now. He's saying, all right, let's get one more. Just calm down.
Going to take a quick chat with Jacoby Cox from the third base coach. And like you were saying, just kind of locking in for this last one. I did say earlier in this game when Cummings was pitching, Cox is a power hitter, and you could tell that they acknowledged it and they recognized it on the mound because Cummings was not giving him anything easy.
No.
And with the way that ground ball went, I think you got to continue that. You've got 3 pitches of give on this at-bat. And ideally, worst comes to worst, you walk them. Ryder's not looking to do that, though. Tries to get him to chase on the inside. Doesn't go, so 1-2 now. Gomez, pitch, popped up, and out of play.
The old popsicle call again. I wonder how many they go through on an average
Probably
game.
quite a few.
It definitely seems
I know
like.
I was a big popsicle gatherer when that was available in Little League. Oof. Good looking pitch out of Gomez. I think it just barely was outside, but I'm surprised Cox didn't at least budge at it. That was very close. 2-2 now. Counts full.
Big pitch coming up.
Tension is visible between Gomez and home plate.
You know, Gomez just needs to take a deep breath here and deliver a good ball.
And ball 4. Cox will take his base. Now danger starts to set in.
Yep.
Talk about you can do a lot with 1 out, and Baxter has had some very smart at-bats back-to-back. Wilson and Cox both able to get on base and advance this inning. Still work left to do out there on the bases, though, and in the field. Both teams need to get it done, essentially. Gomez's first pitch. Fouled away by Baldwin, and had it not been, I think McClintock was going to make a move for home. This is what these kids dream about, situations like this. 2 outs, loaded bases, down in the count, odds against you.
Yeah, this is what they talk about when they're in the backyard batting practice. This is what they do.
Good cut, but fouled away. Keeps Baldwin at the plate. Gomez as well, living a dream here. See if he's got the clutch gene. 0-2.
Oh.
Testing the length of both of these players. Who will give first? Pitch on its way. Strike 3, Gomez.
Start the bus.
And Pittsburgh will ride their way into the regional championship tournament.
Oh, God, I'm dogpiling again.
Dog pile again.
Oh.
Pittsburgh wins not only the 12U, but also the 10U as well. If you didn't watch that, feel free to go back and watch it on our YouTube channel at Morning Sun KS. Final score 5-4 in the top of the 6th. A great game by both of these teams. Baxter put up a valiant effort in that 4th inning, working their way back, creating a tie ball game, but Pittsburgh in the 5th.
Yeah,
got around the bases like they needed to.
Hats off to Baxter. Pittsburgh came in outscoring their opponents 37-3. They come in, and it is a scorcher out here, and they gave Pittsburgh everything they could handle. one run short, when it comes down to it.
And I got to say, I think a big shout out to the pitchers for both games, especially this 12U game, but I wanted to recognize for both games because we saw some great pitching performances out on that mound today, and we're certainly not it certainly exceeded expectations for what it was. A great performance out on the mound at the plate. We'll have the championship presentation here momentarily, so this will be Drake and JJ signing off. JJ, any last thoughts on today's broadcast?
Well, it looks like I'm going to have to get a room booked for Indiana. But no, I mean, hey, you got to be proud of all these teams, all these kids that we saw. They all played so hard, and, there's always a winner, there's always a loser, but no one really lost out here. Like, they made it out here. They were in the dance, and what a great competition it was.
Well, with that, we'll go ahead and sign off and send it to PA. Thank you for watching on Sun Sports Live. We hope to see you for some coming broadcasts, but with that, we say good night.
Crew Jacquino. Jake Cummings. Reed Walker. Corbin Ferris. Kyle Stroud. Colton Wurzberger. Cohen Lundy. Andrew Aiken. Ryder Gomez. Maverick Arnett. Cass Carlinger. The manager is Bubba Lundy. Coaches are Russ Proctor and Travis Aiken. You can rewatch tonight's game on YouTube, courtesy of the Morning Sun. The View broadcast third Kansas Little League Baseball Tournament Championship on YouTube. Thank you to the Morning Sun for broadcasting this game.
Looking for the perfect spot near Pittsburgh State? Welcome to Crimson Villas. Just steps from Pitt State's campus, we make moving in nice and easy. Skip the laundromat, our on-site laundry room has you covered. And when you're done with your day, jump into the pool or relax in our large courtyard. Our pet-friendly apartments make sure your best friend or friends feel right at home. Choose from cozy 1-bed to roomy 3-bed layouts. Crimson Villas, convenient, fun, and affordable. Visit crimsonvillas.com or call the leasing office today to ask about move-in specials.
Are your kids playing in real Little League? Little League is the world's largest and most respected youth sports program with nearly 2.4 million children and more than 1 million volunteers in dozens of countries around the world. Little League includes baseball and softball programs for kids ages 4 to 16. There's the Challenger Division program for kids with physical and mental challenges too. For adults interested in starting a genuine Little League in your area, assistance is available from the Little League International in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For more information on Little League, visit Little League website at www.littleleague.org. This Little League International Tournament game is presented by the Morning Sun under the authority of Little League Baseball and Softball and may not be rebroadcast or retransmitted without the express written permission of Little League International, South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Visit Little League online at www.littleleague.org.